cease to resist, giving my goodbye. Drive my car into the ocean. You think I'm dead, but I sail away on a wave of mutilation, wave of mutilation, wave of mutilation, wave. I've kissed mermaids, rode the El Nino, walked the sand without crustaceans, could find my way to Mariana. On a wave of mutilation, 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 wave of mutilation,
I am everywhere. I am inside each and every single one of you. You just look in, and I will be there, waving out at you, naked, wearing only a cock ring.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
What's up, everybody? I'm about to knock my fucking speaker off. Sorry about that. How is everyone tonight? How is everybody? Is everybody cool? I'm feeling cool. We're going to talk about how to cool out. It's the subject of tonight's show. We'll get into that. Caldy, what's up, man? If you saw him at the Ryman, that's badass, dude. Got to be honest. That is really, really cool. That's really awesome. So the yeah, you know, I'm working on new music, guys, but it takes time, and I was like, fuck it, I just want to hear some tunes, bro. And I decided to fire up just a few minutes early, not that much, really just to get the music out there and just enjoy myself. And you know, everybody just be cool, man. Just be cool. Everybody seems to be just kind of really well, good. Is it SB or SB? Can you help me out with that? I like to get people's names right. It's important. So, look, guys, a lot of drama's been like floating around everywhere and all that kind of stuff. SP, gotcha. So, and all of that's cool stuff. But I was out on my boat today, and I was just kind of having a. I'll get to that mullet, man. I promise you. I was out on my boat today, and I'm out fishing. I'm having a great time. It's perfectly calm. The water was great. It was not too hot yet. It got really hot later. You know, and basically, you know, there's all kinds of bullshit going on. And one of the things that that I really have a like this thing about, right, is that especially I think men need to have time to themselves, right? And we're going to talk about this stuff in a few minutes. Let me get the openers up. Do I ever get tired of being right debating low IQ people on social media? No, I don't. And Wick actually should pay me for my time. They really got to get me a better class of Democrat. They absolutely was terrible the other night. It was very disappointing. I over prepared. I really decided that I just don't need to prepare for a Wick panel. I just show up and everything is hunky dory. Grillipus was first in the chat and said, "Yo, Grid, hope you're doing good." I was doing great. Anson Knowles, dressed up as Bang Bang Kang, showed up and said he's got a marriage license to prove his love. Turns out it's only a permit to start hating each other. That's interesting. And he made a lot of comments. It was really like, just he filled up the whole chat before the chat filled up. Abe Dinkus was next, followed by SP, Darth Matt Maximus. That's cool, man. I like that. I like that a lot. That's rad. God, Guns, and Glory was next. Midnight New Time. Warpig Gaming is up in the house. Beth Mayhew obviously is in the house. She was jamming out to the music, which is exactly how it should be. Grace Thorpe is in the house. Absolutely good to see you, Grace. It's fine. Everybody can get along, right? This is a safe space for everybody. Uncle Guns made it in. Good to see you, sir. Good to see you. You saw my donation to Rob earlier. I'm very generous. Yeah, I can be generous. When there's time to do so. Perfect. Man, that's it was great. It looked like Mullet. Oh yeah, Mullet Butt Baby 01. Grid, the destroyer of TDS suffering streamers. Odd they said there were no trade deals, but one that was started Tuesday is complete. South Korea, 15% flat tariffs, which is legit. Seriously, Shelby's up in the house. Good to see you, sir. And 13, the man himself, has made it. Kinetic Kel is probably listening at work. Good to see you, Kinetic Kel. Your clip delivers. I'm just going to tell you right now. Let me just pop that up there really quick because this just never.
I'll give you.
Bro, I'm obviously not.
I can't not have that. It's fucking awesome. Kel, bro, that's awesome. It's just so good. It's so good. It puts a smile on my face every single time. Silver Ogre is up in the house along with Seriously Shelby. Caldy as well is in the house. Logical Spark is up, man, and Imperius made it in. Wow, that was that's awesome, man. You're paying Husker Du last night. That's cool, man. That's cool. The Pixies are rad. I got to be honest, they're really cool. Vibe was by. I don't know if he's still here, but he was here. Yeah, it was cool. A lot of cool people up in the house. I'm not done with the list yet, guys. I'm not done. I did say Seriously Shelby has made it. Good to see Seriously Shelby in so much these days. I really miss that guy. He was always a great contributor to the show. Smoking Spaceman is in the house as well. Man, the list goes on. Obviously, I've already said Mullet Baby 01, and he's right. I never get tired of debating these guys. They just have problems. Only a Mr. Bill. I left my borders open to my house. Not really, no. But I should. Matt, not. Yeah. Emmett, what is up, sir? Thanks for. Oh no, man, it was cool. I stopped by. If I'm on and I see somebody on, I'm gonna stop by on the channel, right? Like and we'll get into a little bit of that here in a few minutes. Ghost 1978 is in as normal. Really appreciate his support. Real Digital asks, where's my neck? My neck is right here. If you can't see it, get new fucking glasses. I can't help it if you're if you're fucking blind. AB check, my man. What's up, brother? Good to see you. Good to see you. I did not see Kel drawing on her face. I didn't actually watch that. Again, only Mr. Bill's in the house. I really like that guy. Let's see who else. Raging Patriot 1776. Now I warn anyone new to the show. This is a warning. I do nothing but sit up here and talk and entertain my guests. Pretty much everything else is handled by the chat. Now, if you misbehave, the chat takes care of you. My chat is a level 1 biohazard, I promise you, and you probably don't want to fuck up around here. Just saying. So there you go. And the mods are weapons free. We don't ban anyone, but you can get timed out. I make no decisions. This is just the way it is. All right. So Emmett and Abe are already debating. That's awesome. That's very good. You can dance if you want to. That's funny. That's funny. All right. I like it all. All right. So I was out on the boat this morning and, I'm out there and I'm trying to, it's a rough morning to be on the water, guys. We had a little bit of current, not a lot. And it was, it was frustrating because the fish are busting. They're coming up to the surface to feed and jumping and shit. And I can see it happening. And I'm just throwing everything, trying to get some action there, because why not? I want to catch fish. It's my job. So, I reach into I'm going through my stuff and I'm reaching into my my top waters, right? Because I'm like, well, let's get some top water stuff going on. And I reach in and one of my stepfather's lures was in that box. And he gave these to me like probably 8 or 9 years ago. And I never use them, right? Like I've probably owned a version of this particular lure for probably like, I don't know, 30 or 40 years since I was probably 13 years old, And I'm sitting there and I'm holding this thing and I'm like, man, this takes me back, because my stepdad was like a big believer in it. Like he loved that. He loved that specific lure. And I've never caught a fish on one. Never. I've fished them for 30 years, never caught a fish on one. What's up, Glenn Lawrence? I'm going to get you a link here in a few minutes. And so I tied it on and I threw it out there and I just had this like real like nostalgia, right? Like real nostalgia. Actually, it's funny because Beth Mayhew had been messaging me on Discord about some channel stuff. And I'm like, I'm not really paying attention. I'm fishing. I just caught a fatty, and it was this little fat little fish. It wouldn't measure, but it was a fat, healthy fish. And I caught that on the topwater evergreen shower blows. So I tied on this other one, and the whole time I'm thinking about my stepdad, and I'm thinking about going fishing with my stepdad, and all of the great things in life that I've had with all of the different mentors in my life and the random ass things that can trigger those memories. Right. And it was just this lure, right? Like this that I never use. And I've got probably half a dozen of them in my tackle box. I buy them every once in a while. I've fished with them off and on for, 40 fucking years. And I've never caught a fish on these things. And I didn't today, but I still throw it. Anson Knowles throwing out a big $5. Says, my Wednesday night stream is cool, like a $2 strumpet on my $500 sheets. That's pretty legit. Thank you, Anson Knowles, my buddy. Bang Bang Kang. Everybody, please, a moment for Bang Bang Kang. So, I'm having this. So I'm sitting here and I'm I'm thinking about my stepfather and how he passed and all of the things and that brought me to, here I am on the water, and I go out on the boat a lot. Like I will go every day if I possibly can. I'll go out on the water every single fucking day. No problem. I love being on the water. I love fishing. I love all of it. I love hunt. I mean, I do the same thing, during hunting season. I'm out in the woods, and that brought up, and I'm getting all of this static from various places on the internet about, people talking about me or, I need to cover this. And there's this news story and all of this, stuff, like really like, like really non-essential. Right. And I needed to get home to do some work. So I, pulled the boat out of the water by normal time, went home. I couldn't shake this thought process. And what that thought process is we need to take time for ourselves. We call it work-life balance now. I don't know why, because we're not balancing shit. But we call it work-life balance. But it's just really we need time to ourselves as humans, right? We need time to just for men. A lot of times, I can't speak to women. Maybe we can get a woman up here, and she can express whether they ever need to be alone. Because to be honest with you, every time my wife has said leave her alone, what she really means is come sit next to me while I, be emotional. Hey, what's up, Kel? Good to see you. Good to see you. It's scary in your head, right? Don't be alone. So for men, though, we have to be alone. I don't think people really understand that, right? I really don't think that people really get the importance of men having time to themselves. And I'm not talking about going out with your boys and bullshitting, although that can serve. I'm talking about just like getting out the fuck alone, and just being chill, coming to grips with your demons if you have any. I don't, but if I did, we come to grips with them. And the realities of not doing that is getting scarier and scarier. I talked to my grandfather once about, how he handled coming back from war. He's in World War II. It's the Battle of the Bulge. He was a medic. He was a real badass. They never talked about the war exactly. He never actually said, "Hey, I was at this." He said he was at this battle. He said some shit like that, but he never really talked about, what happened, what he did. He didn't go into like great depth or anything. Right? And one of the things he always told me was, sometimes you just need to be alone. You just got to get away from everybody. And it's okay to do that. You're not avoiding responsibility. You're not avoiding your family. You're not avoiding anything. You are taking time for yourself. It's really healthy for men. Long before men had this idea that we needed to express our feelings, the reality was men didn't express their feelings. We're going to get into that in a little bit. You play with your demons or friends? All right, cool. $5 comes in from my buddy Anson Knowles. Bang, bang, Kang. Grit, it's my experience that women want to be alone. They just got to get married to him first. It's like magic. Yeah, that's about right. But at any rate, seriously, Shelby sent in a super chat.
Seriously, Shelby donated $10. Super chat.
Yeah.
I had that moment this weekend. I need to unwind everything and need time to myself. All I did was do things by myself and didn't hang out with my friends.
Yeah, it's a serious thing. That's a serious thing. Look, I went to school for psychology. Psychology for a long time has been teaching that you need to talk your feelings out. You need to be in a group of people that are similar. And I don't know that that's accurate. I don't know that there's a lot of truth to that. Right? The older I get, the more I understand why my grandfather was very alone. Why men tend to be very alone. And also, I always, like a lot of young men, I always felt like that my stepfather, my grandfather, while they were very nice to me and they were played with me every once in a while, that sort of thing. While it was kind of a normal childhood, but I never really like had those. The dad moments were few and far between. My stepfather was he was I hate to say a hard taskmaster, but he really wasn't focused on making me feel good. He was really focused on making me a human that could function in society and understood hard work and how to get things done and didn't shirk responsibility and things like and owned up to my actions. My grandfather was the same way. My grandfather, while he didn't give me chores per se, my grandfather would literally, he took me to church every week with my grandmother. My grandfather took me to church every week, and Wednesday nights and Sunday nights. My grandfather made sure that I understood how men interacted and how work and business got done. So it's an interesting thing, right? Like there wasn't this touchy-feeliness about me and my dad until I was over 18. Now, once I became a man, my stepdad treated me as another man and as an equal. Right? When I was young, he treated me like the kid I was. When I was an adult, he treated me like a man. I think we've lost that, guys. I think that there's a bunch of people out there who think they're men, but all they are is older children. We've got one in the chat tonight. You can have fun with them. It's okay, guys. Anson Knowles, my great friend, Anson Knowles, Bang Bang Kang, throwing out 20 gifted memberships. That's badass. I ain't gonna lie. That's badass. I'm gonna go ahead and post a link. I've done my monologue. This is kind of what we're gonna talk about. We're gonna talk about, getting away from it all. We can have some women come up and give their version of it too. I don't want to be sexist here. I'm not sexist, right? But certainly, I really understand it from the male point of view, right? So I'm posting the link in the mod chat. If you would like to come up and talk about this subject, you're welcome to do so. However, mods, the way that you get on the stage is a little different than other places. You have to go to my Discord. You can be sexy if you want to. We will allow that. The way that you actually come up, you have to go over to the Discord. You go to the tab waiting room and you say, mod, may I please have a link? If the mod doesn't know you, they may ask you some questions. They may ask you to go to the VC and cam up. They may ask you, they're going to vet you guys. They're just going to, because we're not going to have any nonsense on my show like other shows have. And I really do prefer if you're cammed up. If I don't, especially if I don't know you, you're welcome to cam down once I prove that you're a real human and not some sort of AI. And we can be cool. But the link has been dropped. I'm also sending it to Mr. Glenn Lawrence. And if anybody else would like to come up, well, you're welcome. Let me make sure that I actually put that in because I did. Very famous for just like half-assing it there. Kel, you may come up as well. Kel, I will send you the link as well personally. You have provided me with so much great material lately that it would be just some sort of heinous crime not to allow you that simple favor. All right. So there you go. All right. Old man figures out Discord. This is the way we've always done it, Kel. Young girl finally catches up with boomer tech. As you are coming up, as a public service announcement, we do have a public service announcement that I must play. Just remember, ladies and gentlemen, that while YouTube has their standards, I have mine, and we may or may not hurt feelings. If your feelings become hurt,
everyone does it. Now you can do it too. Shut the fuck up. Shut your mouth. Shut up. Shut the hole in your face. Like that. You can do it. Shh. Shut up. And shut the fuck up.
right. It's just a public service announcement because you may be told or you may need to shut the fuck up. What is up, Mikey Balls? My man. Mikey Balls rated us? My man. Awesome, buddy. Awesome. Good to see you, Mikey Balls. How the hell are you, sir? Good to see you. That's awesome, man. I appreciate that. It is reasonable advice. It is very reasonable advice. All right. All righty. So, again, the link is in the Discord. Kel, you have the link. Obviously, you're probably still at work and can't come up. I'm really sorry. But I'm sure Glenn will be up in a minute, and we're going to talk about a lot of cool stuff tonight. I would like some feedback on from the chat. What do you guys think about this this topic of is there such a thing as work-life balance, and is it more just that you don't necessarily need to not have to balance your work life, but you need to be able to take time to yourself. And I've got some points I'm going to make on that. I'm kind of leading the question, but it'll be all right. Did the Thorpes take off? I think the Thorpes took off. That's okay. Mikey Balls rated again. Man, I enjoy getting the Mikey Balls raid. It's fun. It's a good time. It's a good time. How the hell are you, Mikey Balls? By the way, there's actually a channel called Mikey Balls. Unfortunately, it's not Mikey Balls. All right, well, nobody's coming up, so I will talk. You knew Kat was just an AI? So Kat actually does come up, but she will only talk. She won't cam up. We're getting closer to getting her to cam up. So close. So close. Mikey Balls, that's good, man. I, too, am better off than I deserve. I am a failed Christian. We all know that. The link is in the... All right, so if you want to come up on the stage, if you want to be part of the show, you have to go to my Discord. It's called The Shed. The mods will give you a link, and you go over there. You go to the room called... Or you go to the tab called The Waiting Room. You click The Waiting Room, and then... While you're in there, you say, mods, give me a link. I want to come up on stage. And they say, okay. Or they say, hey, I need to prove that you're a human, or, that you're not some weirdo getting ready to try and P-bomb us or something like that. So that's how you do it. Kidney thieves before I'm dead. All right. That's weird. It's weird. Okay. Yes, that's right. Let's spam Mikey Balls' channel. Hit my damn mic. What's up, Glenn Lawrence? How the hell are you, sir?
Doing well, man. Just finishing up at the gym.
Oh man,
So,
your mic was a little hot there to start out with.
I'm just leaving the gym.
Yeah, I got you. Was that Imperious's gym?
You mean my new gym?
Your mic is roboting really bad.
Okay. How about now?
Still a little bit robotic. Work on that. I'm going to read this. Lauren B says, my husband asked to hang out with me for the first time in 20 years. That's awesome. That's awesome. It takes a long time to go through 20 gifted subs on the Discord. Oh, dang it. There you go. Kill Deal. All right.
Yo, you mean my new gym?
Your new gym? Yeah, it's Imperious' old gym, right? Did they know Imperious there? Did they voice identify him for you?
Nobody could voice confirm.
Oh.
The owner wasn't there, so. I mean, my new gym, though.
Yeah.
It's my new gym.
Apparently, I'm being told that you cannot go to Imperious's special needs gym.
Oh, special needs gym. I thought it was special arts, mixed martial arts gym. Damn it, I must have went to the wrong gym.
Cool.
I must have went to the wrong gym.
I was there. No, he definitely said mixed martial arts.
Oh.
Anyway.
Well, you mean my new gym then?
Yeah. How did you hear the intro, Glenn? What did you think?
I liked your monologue.
Yeah.
But I kind of got a little confused.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was like work-life balance, and then you got into like rites of passage.
Well, it is work-life balance, but I don't believe there is such a thing as work-life balance.
Well, I know. I mean, taking time out to unplug, whatever you want to call it,
mm-hmm.
But like then you got into rites of passage as like the elders in your family didn't see you as a man until you were a man, and then when you became a man in their eyes, they treated you like a man, right? So
yeah, well, I think that where I was going, I can see where it'd be confusing. So where I was kind of going was that we have this in society, at least, we have a tendency in modernity to infantilize young men, and we never teach them to be alone, to do things by themselves. And the point that I was trying to make is that when I was younger, my stepdad never really I mean, we had moments where it's like, hey, come sit and watch watch a show with me or whatever. And we're all hang out. But certainly that happened. But it wasn't the Cosbys. You know what I'm saying? Like
it was few and far in between, and it was supposed to be that way
because
it
wouldn't be special, right? It was supposed to feel special, right? But most of the time,
it wouldn't be meaningful if it wasn't. If it was every weekend, then it wouldn't be meaningful.
Yeah, my stepdad would come home from work and he would change and he would go fishing with his friends, who are all obviously are all adults, or he would go out hunting, or he would go to the farm and feed animals because that had to be done every night. And then so he always had something to do. Like there was never a moment. There was the moments that he had nothing to do were few and far between. And so when those happened, I valued each and every one of them. Same thing with my grandfather. Every single moment that they had was super valuable to me. But for them, it was even more valuable because they were giving up their time alone. They were giving up, time that they may have needed to think things through, or just to kind of get that breath of air and before they go back into the battle. You know what I mean? So I was kind of trying to draw that, this I've never known any other way, but the example that was set was always that, it wasn't the Cosbys. The example I was at was like time with dad was like amazing. It was rare. And then but they made sure that I learned how to do my work, be responsible, and showed me that I needed to take time alone as well. I don't think people get that anymore. I don't think that happens. I think that that's something that's lost. Uh-oh.
Hold on, Greg. I'll be right with you.
Yeah, no worries, man. All right, guys. While I have a moment with Glenn Lawrence here on the screen, one of the things you guys may or may not know is Glenn Lawrence has successfully started his 501c not-for-profit organization, and he will be making announcements coming in the next few weeks about how those things are coming together and which way they're going to go and what he's doing. You should absolutely try and support him in the way, however he needs to be supported. I'm pretty positive that it's mostly going to be maybe some volunteer support or something like that. But absolutely, it seems right now like it's going to do great things. We'll see what the future holds for it, and really excited.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
I was talking about you behind your back. As soon as you turned your head,
I knew it. Say it to my face.
No.
You tell the good news. Yes, everybody. Today we are incorporated. We are non-profited. Grid has the receipts. I ain't got a lie to kick it. We completed our goal thanks to all of you that helped me reach this goal. It wasn't all me. I did the paperwork and the legwork, but you guys supported it. And thank you for following through.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to go practice that work-life balance thing you're talking about, Grid.
All right. $5 comes in from Bang Bang Kang, my buddy Anson Knowles. Anson Knowles comes up with some of the greatest names. Grid wears black and white Hawaiian shirts to drive people away for alone time. That's why I do sandals with socks. Win Tacky Men Lone Wolf Club. I like my shirt, man. I think it's legit. I love my shirt, actually.
I wore a shirt just like that. You remember? I wore a shirt like that to Florida.
I believe you did. Very similar, at least, yeah. I have my Miami shirt on. I had that Cubano shirt. That's what I had.
You did have that Cubano shirt on. And you know what, Ghost? You would prank call me because I'm going to be the main person on the damn call line.
That is true. It's true. So what? All right. So you kind of got interrupted there. What do you think about it? About the topic tonight, Glenn?
I think men need to enjoy their solitude.
Solitude, I think, is the right word. I think that's much better than work-life balance. So.
Like, I love my solitude. I get the most done in my solitude. I get to have the most honest conversation.
Uh-oh, Glenn's roboting again. It's rough, man. It's rough. You would think in California they'd have a great cell phone system, and however, they do not. Chambers of Logic says from all the angles you could attack from, the shirt was the weakest. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Seriously, Shelby, I think you should call Glenn's nonprofit and ask him about extending the warranty on his vehicle. That his factory that you've been informed that his factory warranty is running out, and he needs to do it today. I think you should totally do that. So yeah, it's awesome. Can we get a community donation goal for Kel to wear American Eagle jeans at DebateCon. What's special about those? So we can show support for Sydney Sweeney, who is a conservative pro. Hey, what's up, Never Lucky Rubber Ducky? It's the second time I've had you on, my man.
Yeah, how's it going? Yeah, really sunburned.
Is that a bed? Is that a bed behind
That's
you?
it's not a bed. It's a like a bed and like a sofa thing.
Like a futon.
Yeah, futon. Yeah.
All right. So that's legit.
Yeah,
Somebody sleeps out in the garage if you have a late night working, man. That is legit.
Yeah. Well, you
That
know,
is
California is so expensive that nobody can own a home. So, you know, it's
What is this?
multi-generational.
An American Eagle.
What?
Sorry. I heard it was American Eagle. And I'm all about supporting Sydney Sweeney's midlife.
All right. I didn't understand that, but that's okay. Oh yeah, American Eagle jeans. What's up with American Eagle jeans? Are they a special kind of jean?
They're like preppy white people's Levi's, okay?
I don't know about the Sydney Sweeney thing. You guys understand? I'm old.
like he would Grit is so old. Like
I just look cool, you know.
He still goes to the post office, folks.
I do not go to the post office. I did have to go to the DMV today. I rode my 250 thumper over there today. It was awesome. It was funny because the tag, because I haven't driven it since 23, so the tags are like way expired, and I so drive it there, and they're like, so I'm like, I need to re-register this. I haven't driven in a couple of years. I can't even find the registration, but here's the title. You know, I'm like, yeah, okay. And I'm like, and they're like, oh, you haven't driven it since then? And I'm like, no, it's been in the garage until today when I rode it up here. And they're like, you didn't say that. Don't say that. Because it fill out an affidavit that it hasn't been operated on the roads. I don't have to pay any extra fees or anything.
Yeah, Grit, you don't tell people that you're riding with a suspended or expired registration, bro.
In Tennessee, that's a $25 ticket. Like, nobody gives a fuck.
What?
In California, it's a $2,500 ticket.
Yeah,
no, you dumbasses have lost control of your politicians. This is what happens. So in Tennessee, I get a speeding ticket, like a 70 mile an hour speed, 70 miles an hour and a 55. That's a probably an $80, maybe $100 speeding ticket. California, you going to jail, baby?
That's like half your mortgage out here. Oh, how much is your speeding ticket? $3,500? Yeah, you don't get to pay your mortgage this month.
I didn't even get caught in a speeding ticket. I got caught in I was like too close to the person in front of me when I was driving in Riverside, and it was like a $560 ticket. So that was in 2016.
I just got sent this picture. Give me 1 second. I just got sent this picture. So let me get this straight. A bunch of ugly fucking people have a problem with what looks to be an attractive young lady. That's
what I'm saying.
I would actually say smoking hot.
I'd say she's a mid. But you know what? Most women are mids, and mids are hot.
You know, but I would say she's quite good looking, and ugly fuckers have a problem with that.
Sydney Sweeney is hotter than 70% of the female population because 70% of the female population are obese.
She's hotter than 100% of the trans population.
I got a question. Who is Sydney Sweeney? Is she like an OnlyFans model? What is she?
No, it looks like she's just a straight up model.
Okay.
No, she's actually a movie star.
What was she in?
I don't know, but she's in some movies.
Because like that's what everybody's making it out to be. Like she's an OnlyFans model.
What? Bad cat.
Good cat. Good.
Isn't it AI? I don't know.
Face mid tits, definitely not. What the hell, cat? Yeah, I know you sent me the video. I can't watch the video.
She's a straight shooter. She calls it how she sees it.
I remember looking back a couple weeks ago on YouTube, and there was this ad for Sasquatch soaps and Sydney Sweeney's bathwater, and I just never was the same after that.
Yeah, that's funny.
Okay, the bathwater, you can hold the bathwater. That's a little gross.
Yeah,
we only use tactical soap around here.
What's your
Anyway,
address? I'll mail you some rope on a soap or soap on a rope.
anyway, so I registered my boat.
Your
I registered
motorcycle
my,
or your boat?
hold on. I registered my boat, and that cost me $104. I had to pay the tax. Actually, it wasn't it wasn't the registration. Registration is $25, but the tax was $104. I re-registered my bike, which had not been registered in 2 years, and that cost me $51. The California guys are about to cry right now. I'm just telling you. Like, and I don't have to put it on non-op. I don't have to go to the damn DMV every 6 months.
Whatever. We get it. We get it. We get it.
we get it. We get it. Yeah. Anyway.
I think it was like $260 just for my RAV4.
In Denver, I had to pay every year like a percentage of the value of the vehicle. And I was like, what? How do you know how valuable my car is?
Yeah, that is weird.
And they just depreciated it off of whatever you paid for it. So it was very strange. It was like, they were just doubled. And every year, like I paid the registration. So I paid the registration on the, no, it's probably, I had to pay a tax on the vehicle every year. So I was unhappy about that. Yeah, I think it's Kelly Blue Book. Yeah. It's weird. I hate California, and Colorado is now mid California. So
seems like most of the West Coast is starting to take suit after California, Oregon with the red flag laws and everything else, and Washington going on.
Yeah, I really thought Nevada was going to set off a couple of low yields and knock you guys off into the ocean, but they didn't.
Nope.
You know,
we're on a tidal wave warning right now. Well, we have a tsunami warning right now, Grid. Just so you know, I'm living under some rough conditions of a tsunami warning.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the whole 16 inches of surge that I got was so scary.
It was horrible, wasn't it?
Yeah. You still don't have enough water to put out your fires.
Not true. Where I come from is NorCal. They take our fucking water.
So how far in NorCal are you?
I'm about an hour away from Oregon.
Oh, okay, yeah. I've driven through there.
So you're like you're past Wairika and all them.
Yeah, he's in the conservative.
I'm in Eureka. I'm in Eureka.
You're in Eureka. You're past Wairika, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's in the conservative part of California.
Kind of. North of me is Arcata, and that's a Cal Poly, big university.
Yeah. He's almost borderline Oregon, and Oregon likes to keep their shit weird. So
we don't even call it NorCal; it's more called Jefferson State, is what we call it up here.
Did Steelman just try and hit on Cat?
I don't have the chat up.
Gross. It's just disturbing. Anyway, I've driven through there. I've gone. I used to shoot in Bend, Oregon. I did a multi-gun match up there a couple of times, but it's such a weird place. I didn't like it that much. So, and then they changed all their laws. He's trying to. Are you saying he failed miserably? Yeah. Chambers of Cooming. That's awesome. That's awesome. The Chambers of Cooming. Awesome. So what do you think about the topic, Never Lucky Rubber Ducky?
I'm going to be honest. I thought about it a lot. When I was in Riverside, I remember going down to the San Diego Zoo with my family, and I actually got lost to the point. I was like 16, 17, though. And I just sat on the side of a bench and just waited, kind of thought to myself, like, what am I going to do? How am I going to handle this to myself? And, at the end, like, it took me about an hour, to actually find them again. But after about 30 minutes, I got up and started looking for them. And that 30 minutes was probably one of the best memories I still have to this day of just relaxing and just not worrying about it and taking everything in. Yeah, just figuring shit out on your own and not looking at anybody else to make the solutions for you. You have to, think it through.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, I don't know. It's not something a lot of people talk about. You know, I feel like it should be talked about a lot more, especially with like today's age and how people don't have a spirituality, and then they can't balance work and then marriage and then everything on top of it.
Yeah, but it's not really. We're going to get into why I disagree with the Balance Act, but yeah, let me give Anson his due. $5 from Bang Bang Kang and Sang. Steelman, you need to learn game, bro. I had Cat begging me for a date on Chris' birthday stream earlier today.
Ooh.
Video or that shit didn't happen.
You said receipts. I want them.
Everybody's been asking for receipts all week, so whatever. So I don't know that there's such a thing as balance, right? Because let me put this out there to you. Who are the happiest people you know?
People that are busy. People that are busy.
Yeah. What do you think, Never Lucky?
I don't know. I haven't really met a lot of happy people in my life, to be completely honest with you. So I don't know. The most happy people that I see are usually rich, but I don't know what they did to get up to that. I'm sure it's a hard, long road because I'm not rich and I've worked pretty hard, so I'm sure they have a harder time.
I think the people that are busy chasing and accomplishing shit, because you don't have to be rich to do that. Because I know a lot of rich people that are fucking miserable.
Yeah, so the happiest people that and yeah, Michelle says those Downs kids are always pretty happy. That's true. Drugs, baby, drugs. So have you ever? So I used to, in my body shop in Denver, I had guys that they were, but obviously they're blue collar, the body work guys that, and I almost always hired either, this is like super racist, by the way. I always hired amigos or Hmong guys, right? Or Vietnamese. Vietnamese is good too, but mostly amigos, and they could be from like El Salvador or Peru. It didn't fucking matter. But and the way it always worked was so, and I tell people this all the time. I tried very hard to be a racist fuck and hire only white dudes. But the way white dudes talk is they talk by leaning against something while they should be fucking working. And so that's a bad idea. And then same deal with most others. But when you get into like the amigos, man, you get, first of all, I'd hire one, and he would bring to work with him 2 or 3 other guys. And one of them, and so I'd end up hiring all of them. One of them would be like a master, like body guy that'd been doing it for fucking ever, and he would teach all the other guys. Like that was kind of like his lot in life was to he was the uncle, the good uncle that went off to bodywork school or some shit
and taught everybody.
Yeah, and he would just and so and then the other 2 or 3 guys would all just work their fucking asses off, and it was really great to watch these dudes work because they would show up. Now, I'm going to be honest, it could be a little unnerving, right? Because if you're used to working with like modern Americans, Ghost, don't send me anything else. No, bad Ghost, bad. That's gross. It's just like, he sent me thing. I just clicked on it. But anyway,
bro, send it to me. Send it to me, Ghost.
No, you do not. You do not want that in your life.
Never mind. Don't send it to me, Ghost. Don't send it to me, Ghost.
So
Ghost.
So I had these dudes that would come in for work, and they're very specific. They would show up early every single day. They were waiting in the parking lot so they wouldn't be late. Like they were scared to death of being late to work. As soon as the doors open, they're clocked in and they're working. They would work from 8 o'clock, whatever start time was, 7:30, 8 o'clock, whatever that, whatever. We started a little later in the winter, a little earlier in the summer, whatever. whatever the day, whatever is supposed to be the time they'd start at that time. At break time, they all fucking quit. They all quit. Every single one of them. I mean, it was just like a bell went off, and they go sit and have their tamales or what the fuck ever, or take a smoke or whatever. And if it's like a 15-minute smoke break, at 15 minutes, they're back at work. 100%. 5 o'clock, they're gone. Like they're just gone. Like you'd look up, poof, they're gone. But they got work done all day. And I never really had to have any issue dealing with them, because if they were arguing with each other, or if one of them came in a bad mood, he got drunk, his old lady yelled at him, threw a couple of beer bottles at his head. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And yeah.
I am Hispanic, so I know. Trust me, I know that.
The voice of experience. And if one of them came to work mad, the other 2 or 3 would ride his ass all day until he was laughing. He either went home or he had to get like, they did not allow any of that pity party, fucking be angry, throwing shit. None of that. Like, we're gonna laugh, we're gonna have a good time, we're gonna work, or you're going the fuck home. Like, that was just like, they were so hard on each other that way. Like, and I mean, they would like, I'd sit out there and I'd see them throwing sanding disc at each other if they were the guy that was pissed off, like, or they had there's other things that they did I don't want to discuss on, in public, but it was funny, man. It was like, it was very interesting to see the dynamic, and they were always happy, and they would work their asses off. But again, at 5 o'clock, they're gone. Unless I specifically said, hey, I need you to stay till 6.
Okay. So that's what I was waiting for. Like, it's usually the Mexicans stay until they need to get the work done, usually, but
yeah. Well, but I mean, they got so much work done.
Yeah.
That it was like, at 5 o'clock, they're gone.
Mm-hmm. Like, that makes sense.
And unless I came out and I said, hey guys, I need you to stay another, half hour or something, they'd be like, oh yeah, okay, no problem. You gotta get the hand motions. That's where I got all the hand motions, by the way.
Hey, yeah.
No problem. Yeah, so,
there's no worries, no worry.
Yeah. It was a kind of I use this as example because it's such a great example. They were always super happy working, and they were never had a bad, and they just got work done. They were happy to have a job. They never really bitched about their pay, right? Now, if they thought that they needed to get paid more, one of them would come over. Hey, boss, man, I need a minute, to ask you, but I've been here a little while. Any way we could maybe get a little more money? Just a few bucks a week, whatever. And I was like, yeah, that's fine. I was expecting you to ask 3 weeks ago. But hey, John Mosman, how you doing, buddy? But it was a great dynamic, and these guys never took time off. I learned that they would leave my shop and go do drywall or painting or whatever for their cousins or nephews or brother, whatever fuck. They would go work a second job before they went home. These guys never took a day off. And when they did take a day off, they were, I only have this by legend. Like, I didn't go with them or anything. But when they took a day off, they just go out to the lake and spend half a day at the lake, and then they go to work. Like, they just never stopped working. They're the happiest people I ever saw in my life. And these weren't rich people. They had what they needed in life, but they were happy.
Maybe
I don't think money in and of
right?
itself does make
you can be rich in family and not in finances, or you can be rich in spirituality and not in the others. But what I'm getting at is I don't really know what rich means, like per se, because I live in California. I'm rich compared to Oklahoma people. I don't understand.
Well, I mean, the poverty level in the Bay Area is $110,000 for a year for a family of 3.
Yeah, like I make more money than other people in the country. But it's harder to live, so I don't really. Yeah. But California is also one of the most beautiful places in the world. So there's not another state like it. not another state. And I've been to a lot of other states. Lived in the West.
Yeah, but that's a problem. Is I don't. Other than NorCal and like maybe Tahoe, the entire rest of the state's garbage. Like, I have no use for it. I don't care anything about the desert. I don't care about the desert. I like Tahoe. I like NorCal. I like the forest. But I have forest here, and it's green. It's not brown. It's green.
You don't got redwoods though, do you?
I don't care about redwoods.
I
like walnuts. We have great walnut forest and oak. So, but yeah,
I don't know. California and their almond trees. That's the only thing I think is killing.
Yeah, but those were brought in. They're not native. I actually knew someone who had an almond tree like plantation or whatever the fuck they call it. And they have a machine. I didn't know this. So to get the almonds out, they have this machine that like has a net and it like wraps around it, and then it has a robotic arm, a hydraulic arm that grabs it and just shakes the fuck out of it.
Yep, shakes the shit out of it.
And the trees is like, whoa, it's like a fucking seizure or something, man. It's like fucking crazy. Yeah. No, I don't. We do just fine here, man. We have water here. You know.
I don't know. I actually forget where you're from. Is it Tennessee?
I'm in Tennessee.
Okay, yeah. I've been looking to move to like Oklahoma or Idaho, somewhere just a little bit more conservative. But
yeah, it's an interesting thing because I've lived all over the country. I've lived in California twice. I mean, once for real, but the second time was I was never a resident.
Gotcha.
But I own property there. So I lived in Colorado. I've lived in Alabama. I've lived in North Carolina. I've had an apartment in New York. I've visited. I've traveled all over the country, and literally, you can keep all of it except for the southern United States. There's something about and now Midwest is pretty cool, but I pity people that can't just drive out to the river and take a swim. I mean, I really feel bad for you. Like, I feel bad for people who, if they go to the ocean, the water is so cold they can't even get in it.
That's how it is up here. Yeah.
Yeah. And I just, I'm like, I mean, okay, it's pretty. Yeah. Clover, you can have a link for sure. I mean, it's pretty and everything, but you can't. I can't get I can't get there for you, man. What's up, Cleaner 409? And he lives in Texas, so
Texas.
How y'all doing?
Hey, doing pretty good. I thought the only thing came out of Texas was steers and queers, and you don't have horns.
Yeah, not all steers have horns.
Oh,
yeah.
That dynamic of the worker is very different here in Houston, and a lot of the border towns here in Texas have felt the same pain as what Houston has had. I think the further away that you get from the border, probably the more experienced Hispanic people you will find to be able to work for
I was
you.
only using them as a measure of they work really hard, but they're really happy. Right.
Yeah.
Like, and they were like one of my better examples because I hired all kinds of people in the body shop, and realistically the amigos and again they weren't always Mexicans. They were often El Salvador. Like, I had a whole group of El Salvadorans once for about 2 years that were just amazing. They worked their asses off. Again,
yeah, I've seen that too.
But I'm not using it, to say that this ethnicity works better than normal Americans do. I'm saying that there's this idea about what happiness is,
right?
And this idea of work-life balance that we're being sold that doesn't exist, right? Like, I don't know what a work-life balance is. I work all the fucking time. Like, I never stop. When I get done here at 11 o'clock, I will go in and I'll check an email for an hour and send messages back and forth we just figured out today that one of the reasons why a company hasn't been getting back to us about buying it is that technically they're under an LOI, but it's not exclusive. So whoever gets financing first buys the business. And I'm like, well, fuck it. Let's go. Let's pony up some money and let's go see if we want to buy this thing. I think I can turn that business from I mean, personally, I think I can turn it from a $5 million a year business into a $6 or $8 million a year business. And I want to see if I can do it. So that's my personality. I never stop working. And now you have to consider what I consider work, right? Like, I consider cleaning out the fucking garage that's work. A lot of people are like, it's chores. That's the shit around the house I don't want to do. But that to me, that's work because I put a lot of effort into it. I have a very specific way I want to do it. Working on my airplanes, that's work. Working on, anything, that's all work. And the idea that I guess really kind of what brought all it, there were two things that really brought all this is, first of all, my stepdad's fishing stuff and that dynamic of running into that this morning when I was out on the water and feeling contemplative, but also, recently, I hear people talk about how they can't afford to take a vacation. I didn't even know what a vacation was when I was growing up. Like I didn't go anywhere.
Nowhere? You never went like camping in the summer with your dad or?
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, we would go camping once a year. We'd go to the lake maybe once or twice a year. We would go to the river to go swimming, every once in a while. But I come from a very blue collar, very poor family. When I said we were poor, we were poor. So where even if we wanted to go to the river to go swimming, there may not have been gas to do it. Like that was a very real thing in my life at one point in time. And so, no, I don't think my parents were always working, and but they also I think they both enjoyed the work that they did. They were the kind of people that would volunteer for overtime because they need the money, whatever.
Well, see, I think that actually speaks volumes to what has happened in America since the 50s. And this goes back to like not just Hispanic workers, everybody, every worker, everywhere, all people, right? We've all been put under this guise in America where we're supposed to sacrifice for the job. The job's not supposed to pay you more, but you're supposed to sacrifice more for it over time. You may not see a raise for 5, 6, 7 years, but you're supposed to sacrifice more of your time and do more every single day. And this mentality has been fostered and built up throughout the communities, propaganda-wise.
Yeah, but the reason you need that extra money is people convince you that you need to take a week or 2 week long vacation every year and just go somewhere.
Yeah, I don't disagree that there's stuff like that goes on as well. But I do think that as you're doing a job, I mean, like let's say just like a guy that comes out of a paint internment and he's learning how to paint cars, right? Yeah. He learns how to do the bead blasting and he gets really good at that in the first like 3 months, right? And he's like a pro at it after 6 months. All right. After about a year and a half, he starts getting his paint skills down. He's rock solid. He got hired on at $21 an hour. That guy right there is probably worth $100,000. He's probably making $45,000 to $50,000 a year. I mean, he should be making more.
For absolutely
not 100, but you get what I'm saying though. Is like as our skills increase, we get better at the jobs that we're doing. We don't get paid more, but we do ask to do. After a year to 2 years that we've been at a job, we'll be doing 2 to 3 times the work we were when we got hired on. And we won't be getting paid anymore.
Okay, I can agree with that. But, just from an employer's view, right? Like when I hire somebody in, I know they're going to suck for the first year. I know I'm going to lose money on those people for the first year, maybe 2 years. So I was recently talking to Krieghoff shotguns. They sell their shotguns like $10,000 for a fucking shotgun. And they were talking about how the guy that makes that puts they have one guy that puts the barrels together, and he's been doing it for like 10 or 15 years.
Yep.
The guy that they let do barrels when he's on vacation has been doing it 10 years. And the guy who takes over from him when he'll have done it 10. They don't make more because their skill level increases. Maybe their production increases but the idea is that with Krieghoff, at least, and I'm just picking on them because it's a really good example that's fresh in my head. If they didn't have that skill, they would be replaced. They would find someone else to do the job, and they would be out on the street. But they pay them up front as part of the, hey, we know it. We know you're going to cost me money. I did the same thing with painters, and we'll just stick with the auto body shop for a while. So I knew all painters are drug addicts. And I knew that at best, I would get a year, maybe 2 years out of a painter at best. I actually never got 2 years out of one, but I did get a year out of one once. Usually 6 months to a year. So I would bring them in, and I paid them industry standard, even though I knew that they weren't worth industry standard for that first couple of weeks. They get that first paycheck, they go get whatever drug that they use, right? The work would drop off, and then they'd even out. And they could maintain that for 6 months until they finally went up in flames. And I learned that early on. So I built it in that I was going to pay them more in the beginning than they were worth. I was going to pay them more at the end than they were worth, but somewhere in the middle, I was going to make money. Now service, it's a better example with the service writer, right? And that's where someone like a service writer who does the more contacts they get, the more clients they have, the more effort they put into the job, the more money they make. I hired the service writer away from Cadillac, the Cadillac store that had a paint and body shop. That guy was fucking amazing, and I paid him. I told him I'd pay him $80,000 a year base salary, which was more than he had thought about. And then I gave him 3% of the sales, right? 3%. And he probably, his first year with me, he probably made $120,000.
Dang.
But he earned every fucking dime.
Right.
Every single dime he earned it. And I knew I had to pay, because I'm looking at buying 2 more body shops right now. I got out of the body shop business 10 years ago, so I wasn't going to go back. Now I'm looking at 2 of them. We'll see if that happens, but I'll do the same thing there. I'll go in and I'll find a guy that can write the tickets and make everything work and make me money. And I will pay them very well to do that.
I think there's a difference in certain types of jobs, like the service writers and whatnot. I don't doubt there is a little bit of a skill level that, like, once they come into it, it might take them a little bit just to kind of get a feel for the customer base in the area, the equipment they're going to be, writing service on and whatnot. But when we're talking about things like the construction workers, the demolition workers, mechanics, technicians, service guys, all of this stuff, these are all skilled jobs that over the first year of somebody's life in that job, they learn a lot in that first year.
Mm-hmm.
And so after that first year, they are worth more. Now, in their second to third year, they're worth even more. After they've been doing it for 10 to 15 years, they're worth gobs of money because they can get things done so much faster because of all the small tricks they know. After 20 plus years, I'll give you a small example. There's a trick that a whole lot of hydraulics people don't know about that are out there in the world right now. It's called a hot hands trick. All right. If you've ever got a hydraulic system that's not working correctly because like something's not moving when it's supposed to move, typically you can run your hands around it. Now, you don't want to do this nowadays anymore because you could get lasered and get a finger cut off, but basically you would run your hands along the hydraulic lines and whatnot and see what was hot. And typically that would be a restriction that wasn't supposed to be there. What you could do nowadays is just take like a FLIR camera and just look at the system and try and find the hottest spot. Well, that's a trick that I learned a long time ago. Not a whole lot of people know that. But I mean, you could take a FLIR camera, aim it at most of the rig equipment or construction equipment, demolition equipment, there's hydraulics, any of that, and figure out real quick if something's not moving and it's supposed to be, you'll see the heat. So you can track down what's messed up. That's a trick, though. That's a trick that I learned, and I learned how to make that trick worthwhile over time. I also learned how to use the cold zone. So, I mean, these are things that, like, skilled technicians pick up little things like this that make them worth gobs more money. But in the economy, the way it's been about the past 20 years, like, I mean, just as a side example, my dad, when he was working, he was a welder. He was a master welder. Good God, the guy could weld some things. And he says he didn't exactly weld it, but I've watched him weld aluminum and iron together. He says he didn't exactly weld it because he used a median between the two. And I'm like, that's still welding. Like, right. I mean, most people be like, how'd you do that?
Yeah, there's a technique to that. It can be done.
Right, yeah. Technique. So what I'm saying is, like, you know, these guys that have these skills and these skill levels, all right, when my dad was working, if he was making 25 an hour, oh, that was pretty good money, man. Nowadays, if you're making 25 an hour, what is that?
Yeah, it's
pretty good money.
Well, I do agree.
It's pretty good money still. No, it is. Nowadays, a lot of people in this area still consider that pretty good money.
In your area.
It hasn't changed in almost all of Texas. A lot of the southern states are like this. But milk costs 5 times what it did when my dad was working and I was a kid.
Sure.
Now, I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah. It is an interesting thing. And I don't know how to, I mean, we face this all the time, right? Like how do we pay? So my profit margins don't go up proportionately, but you know, we'll get in. Let me answer Ants and Knowles here. Bang bang Kang again. Ants and Trolls. $5. I learned how to troll a chat and appear to be working. W, work ethic, whatever. L, grid not highlighting my last super chat. Did I miss one? I might have. I mean, I've been distracted by conversation. Oh, there we go. $5 from Bang Bang Kang. Win Clover Tack beard cam. Do you have a beard cam? By the way, this is what Clover Tack looks like, guys. He's been on the show before.
Just like the fucking picture that's always up there.
I know.
I'm missing that. I wish I could grow that. All I got is this.
You'll get there.
Also, K2 Keep on Trucking sent in Oxycat Rich as F, but she's gone. She went to bed. I mean, she says she went to bed. We don't know. So I agree with you, but I can't do it's very interesting because we're looking at this now, you know, whether we want to, when we're trying to purchase these businesses, right? So we have people that make $15 an hour to $25 an hour, $30 an hour that are working for these companies. And they're, you know, these guys are getting by, but certainly they're not, you know, they're not doing as well, right? As they would be if it was $25 an hour a bunch of years ago. But
they're starting people at McDonald's in Eureka at $20 an hour.
Yeah.
Well, and see,
and we're moving, and we're, you know, obviously the problem is that this is a trickle uphill economics, right? Because what happens is, and we are actually, this is something I'm actually doing right now. So our parts cost has gone up, which that's easy to justify. But when I talk to an insurance adjuster, for example, and say, look, I understand all you want to pay is $60 an hour labor for body work, But brother, I got to pay a guy $30 to $35 an hour, and there's no margin left if I pay that employee $35 out of the $60. There's no we won't be able to do it. We're not going to do it.
Right.
And so we're actually having those conversations right now. So when that happens, insurance rates go up. And then this is what I call it's not even trickle up, it's spiral up economics. The idea is that the necessities in life need to be they need to drift back down to where people can afford them, right? And milk, eggs, meat, cheese. I mean, not, I'm old enough and I was poor enough to remember when I did not have a steak until I was probably 13 or 14 years old because we couldn't afford steak. We just couldn't. Right. Just was not on the menu. I sound bile. The fuck are you talking about? You're an embarrassment to the United States. You're fucking vegan.
Yeah, Nate, I'm surprised nobody's brought that up either, but it's all right.
What? You're vegan?
No, I'm not. What? No.
Okay, I was like, no, wait, what? I like you.
No,
I get what you're talking about, Grid, but I've also seen an economic differential between the far northern states, the midsection states, and the southern states.
Policy.
There is a huge economic differential between them, and I think some of that is the flood of immigration, the illegal immigration in the southern areas was creating a lot more people who were willing to do the job for pennies on the dollar. And some of that held the southern states back quite a bit from being able to grow proportionately the way the midsection states did. And the northern states flourished a little more because of the trade agreements that we had with Canada. Yeah. And now that a lot of that has changed here with Trump being in office, I'm eager to see how it levels out. But I would like to say I'm also very cautiously optimistic, not just eager and optimistic, but cautiously optimistic, because we've seen whenever there's big positive changes like this, there's also negative shockwave effects that kind of happen out on the sides that weren't foreseen. So I'm kind of just, I can see the good that can come, but I'm being cautious about it,
Life also tends to be a little slower in some areas, and people tend to be a little more self-reliant, and I think that has effects on things as well.
I agree. Yeah.
I mean, I think it's very interesting. I don't really understand Duck's issue here. Look, I mean, I'm just telling you what the reality is, right?
Duck's issue is that he's a moron.
He is, and he's a communist. I mean, it's just the way this works, right? Like we're literally having conversations when we're looking at buying these businesses with the look, where do we think our money comes from, right? It comes from customers.
Yeah.
If I have to pay my employees more, which I believe in doing, then I have to charge more.
Right.
When I charge more, my largest customers are insurance companies, right? They're going to charge their customers more. And then those customers who are you, the citizenry, myself, we get a bigger insurance bill. So now we want more money at work.
Right.
And the cycle continues. However, the way where it breaks down, is, or where it can break down, where we can break that path, is when the basics of life, like milk, eggs, meat, butter, is stable enough that men can feed their families. And now I'm going to be honest here. I was poor enough that we didn't own a home. My parents didn't own a home until I moved out.
So the problem with the stabilization of commodities is that nobody knows us has to use fucking commodities anymore to make a meal. It's all fast food,
That's
pre-prepared
true.
in a goddamn can.
It's true.
A
That's
lot of
true.
people, yeah.
So
Well, and I would say the other problem is when you use the commodities of survival for a baseline, that's not necessarily a bad thing. But when you're looking at the middle ground or the upper middle ground of what you would pay someone, and they're at the commodities baseline for survival, that's a problem. That's definitely a problem. And see, like understanding that in your commerce where you're doing business, you have that line, that structuring, the stability line that you have to follow. You know, your company, insurance company, their customer. However, when you get away from your building and go to the next building over, milk, and the next building over, eggs. The only people that feel the effects of that are straight from the farm to the guy right there that's buying it. It's like you're not affecting your industry with that necessarily, but it does.
yeah, my brother and sister-in-law have brother-in-law and sister-in-law have cows, and so the ogre's talking about artificial price of beef and dairy. Yeah, like my milk's pretty cheap, and it's not crap milk on top of it that'll go bad in like 3 days.
Yeah,
and the beef is outstanding. So
yeah, so I have that same dynamic here where I'm at. So I'm actually going to drive down the road tomorrow, and we'll probably pass by my future steaks, my future hamburgers. There, I'll wave at him as I go by, and so and I tell people this all the time. You know, if you're struggling that much, and you are not really maybe not struggling, but you know, you're looking to save that extra money or you know, cut some cost, go buy half a cow, man. You know.
Yep, and, that's what I got that big freezer over there.
Yeah.
Even cheaper than that. Go buy a hunting license. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
In some places, anyway.
Yeah. California up there in the corner.
You gotta buy tags for them. It gets pricey.
I don't disagree that that's a good idea for a small portion of people, Clover Tack. But if you have 350 million Americans all out there hunting, we're going to run out of animals pretty quick.
Oh yeah, that's true. This is true. That's why there's limits for sure.
No, I know, but I think that's going back to what I was saying about
the limits are based on, you know, the amount that applied for licenses, you know, the previous year, yada yada, right? That's all.
Well, not here. They're based on herd size, and here, 2 years ago, I could take a doe a day from archery through rifle.
Wow. I mean, if you got a population issue, then I guess so. But I mean, here you talk about 350 million people could go hunting in Texas for pigs every single night, and we would still have pigs.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I mean, people, you say that, but at the same time, we got problems.
I'm not talking about deer now. I'm not talking about deer, but
what we just said hunting. We didn't say anything specific.
Well,
I like pork.
We have
to be fair.
Go ahead.
To be fair, 350 million people, if they all went hunting for wild pigs, we'd decimate the pig population. They'd be annihilated. But I get what you're saying, Clover. We could have a lot of people living off of pigs.
You're right. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. I get it. It's a lot of people.
It's a lot of people.
But I mean, but here's the reality is that sure, absolutely, cost of these things have gone up, and specifically in some very specific areas, right? My area, honestly, milk, butter hadn't really changed that much, you know.
But how many people?
I know, but I do notice the fast food. The fat is like, I went through McDonald's for the first time in like months, like about a month ago, and it was like $20 to feed myself. I was like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, large.
I got a
like
Big Mac, brother. I mean, what the hell? Like what? I guess it actually was like $12, and my son got something, and it was like $21 or $22.
That's still quite a bit for McDonald's.
for McDonald's.
So I love In-N-Out so much cheaper.
So I'm really, but let's talk about that for a minute. So we do have this essence of luxury in our lives now, right?
Mhm.
And I was actually having this conversation with my wife the other night, right? A person that she works with who he started out, he's making pretty good money, and for whatever reason, they felt like they were more, well, I mean, I know why they felt they were more well off than they were, because they could get credit, they could do all these things. Probably, well, they did overspend, and so they are sort of getting back together and getting their feet under them and all that kind of stuff. And my wife was asking me, like, what kind of advice would I give? And I mean, how do you mean? Like, just don't spend the fucking money. Like, it's so easy. If you and even if you are in a situation, and my wife and I were talking about how, my wife works with women who, have, $20,000, $30,000 Hermes purses, right? My wife has one, but she bought it on sale. She saved a bunch of money. Now, it's worth the same, and it looks the same. She didn't spend that much for it, right? And the same thing with the bags and all that. And I said, yeah, I get it, because it's like, just like with men go out and spend $40,000 for a fucking watch. Well, don't do that. That's dumb, right? Even if you absolutely have to have a really cool watch, go buy a $7,000 watch. I promise you, it's just as good. It's a
I
lot
like
less
Citizen.
money.
They're fine.
Well, that depends on your expendable income, and it depends on if you're doing something in the form of an investment, right? So, like, people could talk shit about me and my guns all the time, right? But like, my wife is set when I die, like literally fucking set, or my kids in the event she goes before me, right? There's an investment aspect to it, and I've also never spent money I didn't have on them. Right, I've never overpaid for them. To your point, we were buying the bag on sale, right?
Yeah.
So it's why it's called money management, man, or financial
Right.
management.
Right. No, that's exactly what
It's the way you manage it is the thing. So it's a little more complicated than just being black and white.
The last gun I bought brand new out of a gun shop was the 22 caliber Henry lever action that I bought for my son, and that was
22.
Yes, 22. It was probably 6 years ago.
Classic or the Golden Boy?
The brass one.
The Golden Boy.
Golden Boy.
Golden Boy. I got the 44 Golden Boy. I love it. I love it.
I mean, it wasn't a ton of money, but I could not find one used anywhere, and he really wanted a lever action 22, and I'm like, you know what? We'll make this happen for him. Is that really?
I don't blame him.
Yes, it's me.
Okay.
I was trying to because for some reason for Restream, when you go to join it, auto turns your camera on.
Oh.
And I'm in the bathtub, so I was like, let me just make sure I have something over this. So I like had my hand over top of my phone camera just to make sure. And I was like, and then it wouldn't turn off. And I was like, turn off the camera, please.
So Sarah, I think the past 5 times that you have either been in the audience or been up on stage, you've been in the bathtub.
Yeah, well, you stream your Wednesday night streams, because I don't get to like sit in the bathtub on nights that I stream, right? Those are shower nights. So on nights that I don't stream, if I'm watching someone, and it's like my bath time's usually around this point. So it's you happen to stream on one of my lay in the bath nights.
What the hell's a bath?
A bath, a bubble bath. I always get my Epsom salts and my
cheers to
bath.
Sarah.
Thank you. So you are my woosa to my bath. If you were a stressful person and panel, I wouldn't watch while I took my bath. But yeah.
Well,
so I was listening to your stuff about the work-life balance, and it's funny because I actually happen to be feeling the same way especially lately, thinking like, at what point, like last week, for instance, my dog, she got her surgery, and I picked her up Thursday from the vet after she was, everything was done for the night. And I came back home and I threw my freaking back out. Or was that Wednesday? Whatever day it was.
What'd you do throwing your back out?
Oh, I have degenerative disc disease, so I am
Oh, I'm
prone
so
to
sorry.
Oh man.
herniations. Yeah, I broke my tailbone. My C5 went out. My C6 is gone, and my L5. This is probably like the third round for my L5 to herniate. So it's like this is like normal. This is at least every 3 months. I'll push another disc out.
Do you have
Um,
implants or fusions?
no, I didn't get any of them.
No.
The doctors have been kind of like up and down on that. There's one that wants to go conservative, and the other one's like, "We got to pin you up," and I'm like, "No, and they've been telling me that for like the last 5 years." So,
If it comes to you having to get implants or fusions, hit me up on Discord. I've got a place that I had to go to get 2 herniated discs swapped out, and
ooh,
I mean, I have. It was between my C3, C4, and C5, C6,
mm,
and I have 100% mobility in my neck. No
mm.
problems at all. I can actually. I've got a little extra extension looking side to side than I did before, but
Oh, that's
the
wonderful. You hear a lot
I
more tragic stories from that.
Yeah, no, this guy that I went to, he has people that fly in from all over the world and out of pocket.
Is this
It
somewhere
was
like out
cheap.
of the country where like
No,
they're gonna harvest
no,
an organ as payment or
nope. It's in Texas. It's actually in a really nice little college area in Texas. There's a small town around it and all of that.
Oh, nice.
It's pretty nice.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
back to my point, based on what
Okay.
Grid was saying, was
Yeah, sorry.
no, that's a perfectly acceptable tangent. I expected. Is like I went down, and all weekend I was laying on the living room floor. My dog has fresh knee surgery, so she's all stitched up and can't move. I'm all hurt and can't move, and we're just laying there like lumps on a log, and I'm sitting there thinking to myself, like, if I didn't keep pushing, right, and I actually took time for myself to rest, I probably wouldn't have done this. I probably would have had the ability to sit and think and process and like heal and sleep. My body would have been stronger, so that picking her 70-pound fat ass out of the truck wouldn't have been so difficult. And it was like that moment of like, God, like, when am I gonna just take time for me? And then you mentioned about the vacations too, and I'm like, I haven't we're not getting vacation, me and my kids, until November, because that's when sports stop, is like that very week. And my capacity to do anything between work and streaming and home and kid stuff and everything actually works out.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like that 1 week in between fall sports and winter sports. And it's like, when, like, why not just fucking stop? Take a break.
You can't.
Yeah. Yeah.
You
That's
can't. You got to keep going to make bread. I mean,
yeah.
and if you want to try and live a little nicer than bread, you got to keep going for damn sure. You know, it's the way the system's set up right now. Ever since credit was introduced, ever since the sharecropping system started, America's done nothing but go downhill from there.
Mm.
No, yeah, I mean, I think definitely uh the industry, and I heard you guys kind of talking about it earlier, how when one thing rises they all rise, and I think that's where we do find our mitigations between that, where we utilize
Mhm.
AI or other automated tools, or find tools that can do it faster and quicker, but still for some reason the price still goes up just because we used a tool that got it done in 2 minutes versus 20.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's unbelievable how our society, like, we base all of these things off of earning a living, but we're not even really living. We're just getting by.
So I,
Yeah.
I have a video of what I do to relax. Let me
Are we allowed to watch it?
yeah. No, this is actually not me. This is a buddy of mine. But I did this exact thing, and it's
Shooting pew pews.
yeah, it's cool.
There you go.
But pay attention because there's some key elements here. Okay, this is cool. It's my buddy. This is Mark Roth. He owns Roth Performance something or the other. He does like cool stuff.
That's awesome.
Notice right out of the gate. What do you notice? He's barefoot. He's barefoot.
I
In
was
the
gonna say
mud
that.
in Texas.
I didn't even notice barefoot.
It might be the only one picking up the.
What's that?
Yeah, when Grid shares, that goes.
Oh.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Pew pew.
Yeah.
Lost that bag.
Needs to be a bucket bull.
Yep.
Is there volume on this?
I don't think he had. Well, yeah.
Oh, okay. I again was thinking of me.
And look at the mud.
That's where you're barefoot.
I became barefoot in this area. He's also smoking the entire time. He literally has a cigarette in his mouth right now.
What a badass.
It's just crazy.
Shit.
This is barefoot, running through the Texas mud.
That's a soft mud. That feels good.
Now they're like all kinds of brass casings in that, rocks and.
Birds too.
I mean, there's like nothing safe about it. I became shoeless in this because the mud sucked my shoes off.
Mm-hmm. It will.
And then they run up because they didn't realize he was going to finish that fast. And he's still got the cigarette in his mouth.
Mm-hmm.
You know, now that's relaxation, folks.
Need a rifle!
Oh no, he's got a malfunction. He's still smoking though. Doesn't care.
Trying to get it all done in one cigarette.
Is that the timer? The Texas timer?
The what's that?
Depends.
That's your Texas timer. A cigarette.
Somebody can bring him a rifle. Keep working. We got a rifle. Keep working. Keep working.
Keep working it. We brought you a spare rifle. No, I think that's his. They're just. I don't know. I don't remember if he train wrecked this or not, but it was that was the most fun ever. Was him shooting because he normally shoots this in flip flops. He is so hardcore that he normally shoots in flip flops.
He looks like he's having fun.
He's having a great time. That's my buddy Mark Roth. He posted that. That is in Waxahachie, Texas.
Yep.
And
They got nice dirt there. It ain't bad to have mud.
Looks like bay mud.
Yeah. It ain't bad.
Yeah.
You will lose your boots and stuff like that if it's been raining a couple of days. You go out there. Oh yeah, you'll lose your boots.
I was like, I remember that. I literally posted earlier. I was like, yeah, I remember this. I literally. He did the other one too.
You go out like Odessa area, Barksdale, Langtree, out that direction. The mud kind of changes. It gets more sandy.
We've got red mud here. It's horrible.
Horrible.
It's like clay. It's basically clay. Yeah. You can take your shoes, and if they get all packed around and get stuck in the mud, right? And set them out on the porch, and it literally almost creates a mold when you pull your shoe out. There's like a mold of your shoe. It's crazy.
You in like the middle northern area?
Yeah, East Texas. Yeah.
It's an interesting thing because the name of this match is Hard as Hell, and they had a bunch of them. Mute Sarah for vetoing my boot the other day. LLO, joking, Sarah. $5 from Keep On Trucking. I guess we're not. It's a joke, so that's fine. But anyway, Sarah, I'm really sorry to hear about your back problems. That's pretty terrible.
I didn't know about that. I hope you get better.
It's okay. It's not. I don't need like sympathy for it. I mean, it's been going probably the last 5 years, I think. And so, like, I've just permanently been in physical therapy. I've had the same physical therapist for a very long time. She knows me very well. I know all about her personal life. She knows all about mine. It just works. She knows about all of you fine people too. It's quite comical.
Okay.
That's how close we are. But no, I mean, but you know, I think sometimes, and my mom used to yell at me all the time. She'd say, "Sarah, like, when are you just gonna go sit down? Like, just sit down and rest." And I'm guilty of that, for doing that probably all of my life. I just plow as much as I possibly can onto my plate, and then I go and go and go until I can like put myself in the ER, right?
Do you
Until you
think Duck actually thinks about what he's going to say, do you think he just types and random words appear?
No.
I think Duck has 2 people in his brain, maybe 3.
Okay, got it.
Now,
Um,
I think Duck's problem is he actually has above average intelligence, and he went to college and learned a lot of college words, or has studied at least a lot of college words, a lot of college texts. But he has TikTok brain and can't hold a thought for longer than 3 seconds.
Yeah, maybe he watches Jay Dyer too much and tries to mimic the in opposition. Because I
Oh.
notice he tries to be like it's
He
funny
tries to
how
be very esoteric, but it just
yes,
doesn't work.
yes, and
Yeah.
it's like I see him trying, and that's great. It's almost like he's trying for the great philosopher clippable moment, and it just fails every time.
Short
Yeah.
sentences, bro. Those aren't sentences. Subject, verb, predicate.
When he holds a thought, I've actually seen him hold a thought in a couple of debates, and when he holds
Did
a
he pay
thought
for
for a
that
little
thought?
bit, no,
A rental
she
thought?
was free. She was free.
Hey, all right, just make sure.
No, but when I've actually seen him hold a thought, he's actually pretty concise and pretty on the point of what he's trying to say. It's just that he doesn't. I think he doesn't have enough focusing skills to be able to retain that thought long enough to make a full sentence or a full paragraph out of it, or explain it to someone else in a way that they can understand. That comes with time and experience and getting away from fucking TikTok.
I think people have too much spare time. I think that one of the things that our computer age has done is enabled people to just sit around on their ass so much, and they have a lot of time to think about randomness that's meaningless, and then they have a chance to explore it on the internet.
Some people do. Some people do.
So, Grid, you have
Uh-huh.
the same fucking internet and technology they do. I have the same fucking
Sure.
technology
So do I.
that they do, and I don't sit on my ass all day.
That's true. I don't. I had
Yep.
a great day today. Actually, it was really fun. I went fishing. I came home. I rode my bike around the Thumper. I really like single cylinder bikes. I like Thumpers. I don't know why. They're just
Do
great.
you think people learn things from YouTube?
Yeah,
Sure.
I
Like,
know they do. I learn
I mean,
things from YouTube, so like,
and what I
like
mean is
tangible,
like,
real things, maybe.
particularly, I mean, like the live open panels, like what we do. I mean, yeah, I could go watch PBS or the Y Files or something
I
where it's
mean,
actually educational. But I mean, watching open panels, is
I've
it
had
like, could it be a metered, like a metric of something learned, and that would be productive for I would even say it would be great to learn social skills, maybe, but I
I've had
wouldn't say like I'd learn philosophy.
I've had people reach out to me and say that they've watched and they've learned, or had things backed up that they had learned and things like that. I don't know that I actually. It's hard to actually like think that.
I mean, I learned things here, like couple of debate night things I did. I mean, I kind of learned some things about debating or whatever. And so I think it just depends on the conversation and who's listening. For everybody, that's going to be different, right?
I think if you're really
Yeah.
good at listening, you can have a better understanding too. If you just sit there and watch, that's what I do. Try to take in everything and see where everybody's coming from and try to meet in the middle.
I guess I would have to say, yeah, I do think that people can learn from stuff like this. It does depend on what the content is that's being produced, what it is that people are talking about, and whatnot. But yeah, I do think people can learn from watching videos on YouTube and things like that. I wouldn't take the time in debates to really break things down and explain things to people if I didn't think that other people that were watching could learn something from it. You know,
Like Sarah,
Okay.
for instance, I learned very well how to shut down tactics from watching Kinetic Kell and Gibbs the other day.
Oh, that was
Very
so
well.
awesome.
that was horrible.
Very well. I learned
Oh
how
my
to shut
God.
people down.
And
That's terrible.
in honor of Kel,
Bro, I'm obviously not. I told you like multiple.
I
She's
just
so
love
cute.
that. It's so great. It's
I
so
wonder.
good.
I wonder if, like, certainly we learn, but then there comes like the toxicity point, right? How much
Hmm.
is too much? Because we see, I mean, and we're all as guilty because we'll, like, Grid will run his own show and then he'll come and panel hop around the block, for a few more hours. And then you'll see him in, somebody else's chat the very next morning, right? And we all do this. I'm just as guilty of this as well. But like, how much is too much to watch these open panels or panelverse or random live streams of just people talking? Like, at what point does the time, like like the length, right? This increased, 40 hours a week probably spending online. At what point does it cross that line where the learning no longer matches the amount of time you're spending online?
I would again say it depends on the content. It
Yeah.
really does, because you can have panels of people that over the course of a week they will continually, like, they'll talk about one or two topics, but they'll keep expanding on it over time. So there's more understanding of deeper levels of it or other parts of it or things like that. So it's possible. It really depends on the content. It does. It does.
And then how
It-
does, oh, sorry, Grid.
yeah, it's okay. K2 Keep on Trucking sends in another $5. I never thought I wanted to smoke until Sarah's panels. I've learned that. I'm not really sure why you want to make him smoke.
Because every time my panels get crazy, he's like, I've never smoked, but I'm about to stop and pick up cigarettes for this
That's
one.
probably true.
I love
I
K
was
too.
I
Always
was a
hits
little
at the
curious
reminders.
what I was a little curious what Clovertac was smoking over there. What tobacco type he was smoking in his pipe.
This is plain black raspberry.
Have you tried Cherry Cavendish?
I was going to bet that he was smoking Cherry Cavendish.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, I mean that's not like a specific thing. So yes.
Yeah. There's a bunch of different kinds, but yeah, that's one that I prefer.
I
like it a lot.
gravitate. Cherry is a little too mellow. I like to have a little more bite to it, and so the blackberry,
Yeah.
black raspberry, blackberry brandy is another good one. That is a Newminster's blackberry brandy, and then Sutliff peach cobbler is another good one. I just ordered some tobacco today. I can't even remember what all I ordered, but I ordered a few caramel apple pie. Sutliff caramel apple pie,
Like,
maybe.
why don't you just eat a fucking pie then?
I had a
'Cause
flu
it's not
cured
in, it's
Tennessee
not in
whiskey.
smoke form. That's why.
I've made a ream of smokes out of flu cured Tennessee whiskey, and it's
Nice.
fucking awesome, dude. I love them. I love them.
God dang.
I've been enjoying them.
Clover, I got a question for you. Where'd you get your pipe from?
So this one came, some company off Amazon sent me the one I'm smoking now. So I don't even know. And then most of the ones just come from the local pipe shop. They're like $15 pipes. There's a reason for that. Is that I'm prone to lose pipes. And so if I spend $100 or like $200 on a pipe or something, I'm also prone to drop them. Because I had a really nice Meerschaum skull pipe. Oh, it was so banging. And yeah, I had it for like 6 months and then dropped it one day and it was done.
Man, I had a real intricate sheer glass pipe, and man, it was gorgeous. it had billows on the sides and ports on the sides where it didn't have the smoke coming straight up one pipe. It had like a winding trail kind of where the piping was in the glass, and so you could watch it when you smoked it. It was just really
That's
cool
awesome.
looking. I set it down on a coffee table
Yeah.
in my garage. It hit the ground. Done. Fuck,
You
man.
know,
Over
that's
$200 pipe. I was
Yeah, we
like,
call
damn.
those percolated.
that's interesting if I'm thinking about the design you're talking about, because if you was to take and twist the stem somehow, that would add length and surface area, which would
Yep.
slow the smoke, which would be a cooler smoke, which should be a better smoke. So
Yep. It was about an 8-inch pipe altogether. Yeah.
So
And it was nice, man.
It's an interesting thing because when I was in military school, they allowed the students to smoke with permission, but only pipes. Like no cigarettes. No.
You know
nothing.
why?
Makes it harder.
Harder to start a
Because
fire.
the crap that's in a lot of cigarettes that are sold on this in the stores and whatnot, it's actually more harmful indoors, outdoors, and all around
Well,
than if you pack your own like this.
and
I'm not kidding.
well, it's also
I
more
believe it.
expensive. I can literally pack a bowl for about probably less than 25 cents, depending on the tobacco, and I can smoke on it for like a half hour. Literally.
Yeah, I think this is
And
one of my most
so
expensive ones. It probably cost me
that's
$5 to pack all of these.
that's
That's
perk
like 4
number
packs.
one. Perk number two: if I'm out in public, nobody ever complains about the smell of this. Ever, I've never got any. Either they don't say anything, maybe they keep it to themselves, but you know how people are opinionated with somebody smoking a cigarette and scoff, so likely not. I
They're
get
all used to the
compliments. I get
vapes now.
compliments all the time. I will get compliments even after having a smoke if I walk into a store and somebody smells it on me. It's crazy. And then
They can smell
as
the
far
burn,
as
but it's a
the
sweet burn.
and then as
Yeah.
far as the cigarettes and stuff goes, a lot of people don't realize a lot of the chemicals is in the papers and the filter.
That's
not
true.
the tobacco.
I've read that.
Yep.
And also I tend to smoke aromatics, and so aromatics are even less have less nicotine
Mm-hmm.
than some of your heavy English and stuff like that. And so by getting into smoking a pipe, I can go longer in between smoking a pipe than I ever would have thought about with like cigarettes. Like I can go hours and hours and hours without having a pipe. Now sometimes I will smoke a whole one for 30 minutes and turn around and light another one, depending on what I'm doing. But
that's most of the time. That's enjoyment and relaxation.
yeah, it's downtime. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's
Yeah,
it.
I get
You've
that.
convinced me. I'm gonna get a pipe and start smoking during the
Well, that's
debates.
what I wanted to do. I wanted to get a
Women
pipe and start
do.
smoking
You
because
make-
this stuff's so expensive. They banned vapes in California now, which is fucking stupid. I don't understand that.
So I'm not sponsored, but Pipes and Cigars is where I get the vast majority of my stuff. Pipesandcigars.com.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
$5
I'm not sponsored either.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry.
$5 comes in from ZD Den. Since Duck's Y blocked me, for what reason, I don't know. Duck, don't bite the hand that feeds you. I'm the only one who saved your ass on debate night.
She's right.
Yeah, he's right.
Damn,
Yeah,
Duck.
I don't know. Who
By the
that
way, Duck, I know you're high right now, but I hope that you remember ZD Den is a girl. A woman, actually.
She's a pretty nice
He's
woman too.
He's very
She's
nice.
a fairly nice person.
So
Why would Duck block her? She's a nice lady.
she is a very nice because she's calling
she
him out in
actually
the
is.
chat for asking him why he's being so weird. He is literally like stoned or something. I don't know. Like nothing he's saying makes sense at all.
No,
Anyway.
that's the
he's
person
normal.
number 2 probably. Like remember, he's got 3 of them in there, so he switched gears.
Then
I don't-
feel like
I don't
that's
deal with
offensive to
multiple-
schizophrenia or the
Is he-
schizophrenics.
Is he down to 3? I mean, someone must have gone on a murder spree inside his brain then, because he used to have like 50 something.
I mean,
Probably.
I've definitely witnessed at least 3 different sides of him. He used to be really nice, like super nice.
That is weird.
He's
So I
he's odd.
talking about the physical therapy and everything, Sarah. I tore up my leg shooting not a match not unlike the one we were watching, and I tore something below my knee and then something in my hip.
Ouch.
And so it was a very like, I don't know, long lasting injury. Like every time I thought I was done with it, it would like flare back up or whatever, and I would just apparently wasn't doing the right things to take care of it. So I ended up having to go to the orthopedist, who literally stuck a needle in my hip large enough that they needed to guide it with an ultrasound.
Is that like a cortisone shot?
I don't know what it was, but it freaking hurt.
It's probably a cortisone shot. I've gotten those, and this was the only time I was willing to have anything put in my spine. I didn't even remember. I never did epidurals with my kids, but a few years ago, the back and neck pain was so bad that I actually did do a pain management where they do like they put a shot into my spine, like into the spinal tap or whatever it is. I don't know, but I know I'm laying on my belly, face down, like super still, and I'm completely afraid to even move. And he's, the dude's just sitting back there with the music on, like, okay, I'm gonna insert the needle now. And I'm like freaking the fuck out. That shit's weird, man. I don't know how anybody does that.
So what they ended up doing with me, because I had the, so I had a shot in my hip that actually worked. I had another shot in my knee. It didn't work. I did a second shot in my knee that kind of worked. And then the orthopedist was like, I think what happened is that you put off getting treatment so long that the muscles they're basically locked and they're not going to release. And so I'm going to send you for dry needling. And I'm like, what the fuck is that? And so it's like acupuncture, but they purposefully, they like poke you. And when they poke you, it's like, it doesn't hurt until it hurts. And when it hurts, it really hurts. But that's how they know that they've got the right muscle. And basically what they're doing is they're shocking it to make it tense up and then release again. And it worked. Like, if you had told me going in there that it was going to work as well as it did, I'd have literally called you a liar. Like 100%. Yeah. I said, there's no way this. And it was amazing. It was the most amazing, like, medical thing I've ever had happen ever. And I'd never heard of it. I'd never heard of dry needling.
That is crazy. Hey, Grit, I gotta leave. I gotta get the kids down for bed here. So, but thank you for having me.
Go be a good dad.
I'm trying. Yeah, I came up here for a little bit.
Hey, man, I appreciate it. It's always fun to see you in the chat. I know there's been a lot of excitement going on the last few days, and I know that somebody just like yawned behind you there.
Oh, that's my brother. He's like 6'5", 400 pounds, big guy.
Yeah, there you go. And I had seen where, well, maybe I didn't see it, but I heard that you kind of took up for me, so I appreciate that. And it's
Yeah, oh yeah. I always like seeing you around. You seemed like more the sensible, logical person with a small, chill community. So it seemed nice, not as the crazy as Andrew's, because I like Andrew, love his stuff, but it's a lot of
Andrew's my buddy. I like Andrew a lot.
Yeah, I love Jake Rattlesnake, all you guys. That's how I found out about you. I didn't know that you were part of the community until I was looking through all the streams, and I was like, oh, awesome. So I was like, that's awesome. It's good to see you. But thank you for having me on. And nice
absolutely, man.
You guys, and I hope you
go
guys
get the kids to bed, get some sleep, go work tomorrow and make more money.
I will. You guys have a good one.
See you, man.
Stay safe, man.
Well, yeah, what is this drama? I haven't been keeping up with the YouTube streets on your drama, but I saw Flo was covering something. I think was it Flo?
Oh yeah. Well, so I don't deal with drama myself. What I do is I go to the experts. Flo State is the expert drama guy, and he. Nah, I'm just kidding. I'm actually surprised he hasn't come up here, but I mean, basically, I don't know, about a month and a half or so ago, I was on VO Pod, and Jess kind of like talked over me and was just being kind of a raving lunatic. And I didn't like her anymore. I didn't, it's fine for her to come on the channel or whatever, but I just probably wasn't going to be as nice as I normally am. And not that I was going out of my way to be a dick, although, I came equipped with one, so I could be. I just, I was like, I just don't like you. And then at some point she came into my chat with Are We Not Men? And they kind of, I don't know what the right word is. They kind of made a scene,
They poked a bit.
They poked the bear. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And after that, I was like, you know what? Fuck those guys. I don't give a shit. I just don't care anything about them. And so anytime anybody and then other people started coming to me and talking to me, and I would tell them exactly what I thought. So, but I just don't care, right? Like Wally has some grind with Jess. I have a real beef with Are We Not Men, which I'll tell. I'm perfectly okay with telling you about that in private.
That was an old one though. That was an old.
It is kind of old.
Yeah, I remember that one.
It's kind of old. And the big thing is that the big thing is that Jess has done something like 40 hours over the past 6 days on me.
Oh.
Someone. Now, where is she caught up at? Like in terms of like,
she's
she just thinks she's mad because you don't like her.
Yeah.
That seems a little aggressive.
I don't know. I mean, there's like all of this stuff like, well, I talked shit because Wally feels like that Jess was behaving badly. He banned her from his channel. I'm like, well, that's what Wally, it's what Wally says,
Yeah, it's Wally's channel. He can do whatever he wants, right?
And who am I to call Wally a liar? I mean, nobody's presented me with any proof otherwise.
Well, even at that, like, what the fuck do you care if they don't? If people,
that's my biggest point.
Like, if like I was listening to I got tagged in the Discord for Andrew's show. I was like sitting there trying to get through emails and actually get work done, and I get this little bleep bleep on Discord, and then I figure out what's going on, and I caught up and I heard them watching Bass Tweaker go off like on me, like not at me, but like yelling on the other guy's channel about his debate and how I'm a cunt, I'm a bitch, I'm a this, I'm a that, because he didn't like whatever. And I'm sitting there and I'm laughing. I'm like, okay, like that's how I think of it. Like, okay,
yeah,
like what's okay? You don't like me, okay. And just the same with I'm not sure why Jess would feel the need to do.
Well, I think there's a couple of layers, and I don't know. Like I'm trying to. I've really been trying to. I wouldn't say that I'm taking the high road, but I have the high ground, right? Mm-hmm. And I think a big part of it was. Well, I don't know. I'm not going to say anything because I'm just speculating. I'm not going to look. At the end of the day, I just don't like her. I think Are We Not Men's a thief, and he's tried to extort people like myself for money for being a mod, and he lies repeatedly. Matter of fact, I have so much proof of him lying that it's crazy. And yet he's always like, "Give me receipts," and then you give him the receipts, and he's just like. Well, that's not what
I remember I think he was in my chat one night, and I think I banned him after that because I was like, that's an absolute no-go. But he told someone, hey, if you send 100, I'll double it or something like that. And that person sent in 100, and Are We Not Men was, or whatever it was, he like tried to use some loophole bullshit. And it's like, nah, man, that's dirty. You don't do that. And I felt bad for the person who sent the 100.
Yeah.
Even though they said they didn't give a shit either way, but it's still like,
Mm.
no, that's not right. Like that's not right.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where I just
Where does your
don't
morality
care.
come from?
Yeah. Well, the guy has started enough crap with enough people that there's
Yeah.
He's banned from
trend.
like all of the
So,
servers. Like,
I
Well,
mean, what
wasn't
do
he
you
the
expect?
one that told you a long time ago, like Andrew, if like you
yeah,
hosted someone on your platform and Andrew wouldn't like that,
yeah.
and I don't know,
While I
some
was
bullshit.
live with Andrew, the thing
Right.
he didn't know when he was saying that in Discord is I was actually live with Andrew at that time.
That's
That's the
fucking
detail.
hilarious.
That's the detail I needed to choose sides. Once you told me that, I'm like, yeah, never mind.
I'm not asking anyone to choose sides. I don't really give a fuck. I think,
Doesn't
look,
matter.
if you
We
like
all got to choose
Look, if you
sides.
like Are We Not Men, that's totally cool. I
Mhm.
personally think he's an alcoholic that hates women and abuses them every chance he gets. And I just don't like the guy. That's all. I just don't like him. You
That's
know?
fair.
Yeah. Yeah. And not only that, like a lot of, I mean, we all run around the same YouTube streets, right? And some people let other people in their houses and some people don't, right? And some people cross over and can go into some people's houses but can't go into others, can only be on this platform with this
Mhm.
person, can only, and most of us, we just acknowledge what is and what isn't, and people can choose whether they come up or not or whatever, so on and so
Sure.
forth. And it's like to even try to start drama with something as stupid as that, it's like we've all been doing this long enough that we know who we can and can't platform, or who will or won't get along with each other, or who's, overall, most of the time
I've
we know
just
who's who. But like we're also respectful to other people's platforms, where we
try to be.
won't make a yeah, and we
Right.
won't make a stink. Like if somebody's on Flow State's show that I'm like, nah, I'm good, I'm gonna stay out in the chat or something, like I don't feel
Mhm.
like dealing with that person, like I'm choosing to keep myself back, because I'm not gonna go up there and be like, you can't bring these people on because I come here, that's stupid.
Right.
Mhm. Well,
No,
I mean,
no sense in
so
starting extra drama or extra bullshit.
Exactly. It's just
right.
Right.
it's just respecting
What?
that person's
Now,
show,
I'm
right?
not going to say that I don't. This is going to PTS, so give me 1 second.
Oh, you muffled.
He's got
Seriously,
a
Shelby
TTS.
donated
Oh.
$10. Super chat. Duck is in his soft girl
I thought
era,
you banned me,
meaning
Sarah. I
super
showed up the
emotional.
other day and I wasn't banned.
No, I don't ban people unless they're completely disrespectful. Like
I get you.
Base Tweaker probably isn't gonna be coming back ever again.
Sometimes I
Well,
just have bad days.
Well,
look,
but
I'll,
here's why. Like, if he had just gone off and was upset and gave like some logical reasoning, like this happened and that happened, I really didn't like that, whatever, whatever. But no, he went off saying like she's just a single mom. She looks older than me. She's a bitch. She's like all this other trash that didn't need to be. Like, why would I platform somebody and he was like double dipping platforms at the time. I was okay with it. Like, lower class was very respectful and asked me, he's like, Are you okay if I snipe the stream and do this?" I'm like, yeah, help yourself. I appreciate that. And but I guess Tweaker during open panel was going back and forth between panels while he was and that was an extra seat that somebody else could have had if he didn't want to be there. Right. And in the midst of him being
Oh, he was
on.
on two at once, is what you're saying?
Yes. Yes.
Oh,
So in
that's
the midst of
disrespectful.
him being on my panel, he was muting himself on my end and then going back over to their end and then calling me a bitch and kind of doing all these things. And it's like, look,
A
if you don't want to
lot
be
more than
here,
that.
yeah, a lot more than that. But like, if you don't want to be here, don't be here. If
Yeah.
you don't like it, if you don't like the way I mod, or you had a bad experience, just don't come back. It's okay. I'm not mad. It they don't always all work out. Not every debate works out well. Most of them go fairly smoothly, but that was just, it was a really rough panel to begin with. But
It really
uh,
was. I honestly, Sarah, I bailed. I went to bed.
my mom bailed. My own fucking mom.
Well, I don't feel bad now
Listen,
at all.
my mom likes the trash chaos normally, and she even texts me and she's like, Sarah, I gotta go. Like, this is too much. This, I don't know how you do it. And even at that, like, We all
I
had
was
a
seriously
nice.
like, I was going to tap in for you. I really would have too, because I've had all of those people on my debate show, except for Tweaker, and I was like, I can control these guys probably, and if not, I'm just saying, I'm an angry person, so I'm the right guy to do that.
Here's the problem, right? And I usually number one, I give everybody the backstage talk. I mean, most people on the
Mhm.
front end don't. You guys don't typically see that because you're waiting while we're backstage talking. But I give everybody this whole big speech. Like interruptions are a big fucking no no. Don't do it. Big no no. Big no no. Big no no. Big pet peeve. I will get angry, and you don't want to see that. And that's rule number one. And anybody who operates with me knows, like, once you start breaking my rules, I stop giving you leeway in anything else. I won't force anything. Like if you are interrupting the whole time and then you're like, well, I want them to answer my question, I'm not going to make them do it because you broke my fucking rules. If you're going to break my rules and not comply, then I don't have to abide by them either, right? Fuck it.
Well, I
Why
mean,
not?
but I mean, I was watching it and I thought you were doing really well. And to be honest, they were really like, it's
All
not
over the
even that
place.
they were, I don't even know what the fuck they were doing. Right. Like,
Okay, so
and the claim that Base Tweaker made that you wouldn't mute or you wouldn't call Andrew out. I've watched you call Andrew out. You've called me out, right? Like you've called
Yes.
your buddy, and you're like, no, you guys shut up. And
she kicked me right off the panel, and she had me side by side. I still don't have an explanation, but that's all right.
yeah, So Tweaker, he's new. He came over from Twitch, I think, or TikTok or some shit, and he's trying to get into the YouTube deal. But I don't know. He's been on my show like once or twice. He's been cool, but that what I saw the other night is like really bad. And this is a thing, guys. Like it's the same thing with like what people are going to find out is that if you misbehave and people start banning you from or just not having you even in their chat, right? Like I actually don't have. I think we have one person banned on this channel, and that is Jack, because of the things he said about Andrew, myself, and Glenn Lawrence in relation to our family. And you can't do that with me. I just instantly I lose all respect for you, and I just the one thing you want is you want me to have some respect for you as a human being. And once I lose that, I just don't give a fuck. But I don't ban anybody. So Are We Not Men can come over here right now. Jess can come over here. Nobody gets banned. We might kick you out for the night, right? We need to go drink it. Drink it off. You need to go drink it off, right? But at this, I don't. I'm not going to ban somebody. But there are channels that have absolutely banned people like Are We Not Men, and Tweaker's kind of on that.
He's on the cusp. I think
Imperious has been banned in a lot of channels. He cannot.
Yeah,
They will
Imperious
not let
can't
him
control himself. Base Tweaker might. I might let him still sit in the chat if he so chooses. But like I feel like my panel, in my mind, right? This is in my mind. My panel's a privilege. And there's a lot of great people who are very respectful to the platform, who want to be there, who aren't going to disrespect me. And like, I'm going to save those seats for the people that actually want to do that. I know we get out of hand. I know things, people get crazy and have fun, but most people are not disrespectful to me. Right. And they don't go bad mouthing me as soon as they're like leaving the panel. But I did rewatch it and I was like, all right, let me go back and see what went wrong. And I rewatched it. I mean, nobody was actually making very solid arguments.
Yeah.
And that was their biggest problem. And that's like, I kept telling them, I'm like, you're just throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks. And here's what I noticed, and it's a growing trend I find upon people who debate. And it actually kind of like sunk in after I heard that thing about him saying about well, she'd never do this to Andrew. And I went and I listened back again to the whole debate. and he tries the Andrew rhetoric, right? The talking points, but he fails to lead the person down the path. He uses the same like talking points and terms to act like he thinks he's doing it, but he's not. He's
Right.
not leading them down the right path. And what a lot of these people also do is they automatically presume that the opposition is going to answer the way that Andrew makes them answer, but they don't. Why do they not? Because he's not leading them down the way that Andrew does. So
Right.
they automatically presume that answer is sitting at the tail end of it, but they don't get that answer. So then they get upset. I saw Wi-Fi Gospel did this same thing too, and no shame to him. Like he's still great and he's very kind and respectful as well. But they automatically assume that the other person's going to answer that specific way, but they don't know how to get them there, and
Right.
that's where they fail every time. And so they think they're like, yeah, I'm running a line of logic, I'm going to get them into that corner like Andrew does, and then they don't. And the reason why they don't is because they don't know how to
Yeah,
lead
there's
them
a
like
lot of cope about that too. There was so much cope going on. It's interesting because, and I see this a lot because I've been debating a lot more, and of course I'm hosting the more kind of
Signal Syndicate.
yeah, but it's kind of a blood sport short form debate, right? Where you just have to
It's
get
a
it
speed
done.
debate. It's a speed debate format, and it's built very well for speed debates.
And
It is.
so I'm doing that, and I see a lot of people, but I've been debating, and I watch other debates a lot. And one of the things I am seeing is that there's a lot of people out there who are trying to use bombastic rhetoric, and they're trying to use techniques that they don't actually understand how to use. I
Right.
use a lot of bombastic rhetoric. If you watch my debates, if I get the feeling that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, I am literally going to just hammer you with bombastic rhetoric, because why wouldn't I? You don't know what you're talking about. So I can just hammer you, and you're never going to be able to make an intelligent reply. And so I'm just going to keep hammering you. Right. That technique changes if I understand that you actually know what you're talking about, and you and I are going to have an actual conversation and debate. So I think what people don't understand is that Andrew and most good debaters, you size up your opponent.
Yeah.
And if they actually know what they're talking about on this issue or whatever, and then you tailor your technique to them, right? So a debate is not just, a debate's like any good sword fight. It's a dance that ends in death. And so if you don't understand your dance partner, the dance is ugly and it doesn't work.
Right.
No, I
Well, the other thing on this though is that, and we see it a lot on Sarah's channel. We see it some on yours, Grid, from time to time. But a lot of people will watch these I'd say higher tier debaters, the debaters that just like run around doing this stuff, like Andrew and a couple other guys, and they just kind of write down the arguments they make, the points they make, and those points get beaten into the ground constantly. But they don't follow the entailment line. They don't follow the logic line to get someone to that, from cause to effect, right? And so, like Sarah was saying, a lot of these times, whenever you're trying to walk someone into a path so that they can understand something that you're saying, these guys aren't able to actually walk someone there. They're not actually able to show someone how blue links to yellow through green.
Yeah.
So
okay.
and that's the thing, Grid, is like your channel. We've seen it a handful of times at least, if not more. On Sarah's, I've seen it a bunch on Sarah's. She's had but she's been doing the Mod Monday a lot longer, and so I've seen it a bunch on hers. And all these other guys, I've seen it over on Speaks for VK Night. These guys use the same rhetorical arguments that they hear over and over. I actively try not to use the same arguments that I hear. I try to come up with new stuff based off of the opponent I'm with. That's what people should be doing if they actually want to fight. If you want to fight, learn to throw a hook that someone hasn't seen coming before. You know?
Let me read this. I want to respond to that. $5 from Wicked Wally. I've tried very hard to warn people that trying to get drunk on Wilson's light beer is a bad fucking idea. It makes you think you're too good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good point. It is.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing because like when I did the debate with Mark Reed, which I was totally unprepared for, I literally had woke up, I didn't have coffee. Sarah says, "Hey, you want to debate?" I'm like, "Sure, why not?" And Reed didn't know what to make of me because he didn't know who I was. And I literally I short-circuited all of his defenses because when he expected me to walk down the line of logic that Andrew would have about morality, right? And where, you can't have, and I short-circuited by saying,
You already prefaced it. You said we're just going to put that to the side. I already know we're going to presume that that's already there, but I'm going to walk you down.
We can have the 20-minute argument if you want to, but I'd rather not take 20 minutes to just end up where we both know we're going to end up.
Right. And you had a completely different conversation with him, and I thought that was all in good spirit too, especially given the circumstances. And it was like a impromptu to throw you on, last minute. And I thought it was very in good spirits between the both of you to be able to even just have the conversation and not get hung up on the dumb stuff that you would have been able to get hung up on, like had you had a full 2 hours. But yeah, I thought it was very good, just very in good spirits that you both were able to bypass.
No, it was actually really great. I had a great time doing it. I shocked him repeatedly when I told him that I'd be a pirate slitting throats. That
was hilarious.
The look on his face was just absolutely priceless.
It was a good debate, man. It was.
And and Andrew debated him for 7 hours.
Really?
It was a 7-hour debate.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I know, right? Andrew did walk him down the path.
Why did they go for that long?
Because he was having a hard time understanding. He just wasn't understanding the point that Andrew was making, and as Andrew was trying to walk him down the logic, he kept trying to obfuscate and sidestep, and Andrew's like, "Nope, we're not going to do that. I'm going to hold you to point. I'm going to keep walking you down this line of logic until we get to the entailment."
Andrew needs a T-shirt that says "Shut up, Mark."
Shut up, Mark. He's good at that. Andrew's really good at that. That's a skill. It's a really good skill.
My issue with almost.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good.
And that's what I'm saying is a lot of people try to bypass that step. They just assume that the opposition is just going to answer a certain way if they ask a certain question, but they ask the wrong questions. They skip a lot of steps along the way instead of walking down the line. And it just I watch it in live, happening, and I'm like, oh, here we go, another wannabe. It's just not going to work. I already see it happening. They'll be lucky if the other person finds that corner. If it's just dumb luck if they happen to put them in a corner.
What I'm very shocked about with almost all of these debate shows, not just your guys' shows, but is just because the opposition in a debate is incapable of proving their point doesn't mean that the person who the audience thinks did prove their point is correct. That's not what that means. But that's what I've been apt to bring up the Kamala Harris debate with Trump. Everybody said she won.
No.
But she didn't. But everybody said she won. Even Trump's camp said, "Oh yeah, she decimated Trump," but she didn't.
The most interesting part about debate is that even if you are wrong, even if the position that you're taking is false, if you are a good debater, you can win the position. You can make the other person not because they can't make an argument that refutes your position, right? And that's hard for people to get their head around. But it's factually incorrect. I'm like, yeah, but that's not a good argument.
Right.
always, right? If you
The
can make a
second
really
thing.
good argument.
Well, and that's why it's also
sorry,
very
go ahead.
important to, oh, my apologies. That's why it's also very important to listen to what the person is saying, because you know, if you assume they're going to say one thing or the other, you're already going to mess up. But if you listen to what they're saying, you can actually find where you can flip the logic back on them. But you have to listen. You have to. And there's so many
Yep.
missed opportunities of, you know, and every once in a while I'll call it out once we hit open panel, you know, and I'm like, wait, you just said this like 10 minutes ago, you know, and if we apply that here, it's going to flip the other way. You know, but you have to listen for it. But that's 110%. I'd say the best part of debating is listening to what they're actually saying and being able to flip it on them. When you take what they say and then you derive it down to the root, and then you can flip it and bring it back up to the argument that they're making. And it's like, it's solid work every time if you can do it.
Yeah.
It's normally not really that hard to do either if you just listen to what your opponent is saying.
Yeah. My problem is that it's getting harder and harder to find sober debate opponents.
My issue, the second
I'm
thing
not
I wanted
sober.
to say is, unless you can see the opposition's position, you're never going to be able to defeat them in a debate.
Yeah.
I agree
And
with
that's
you
why
100%
I
on
win
that, Tim.
every single time I've ever talked to anybody about anything, because I don't look at things the way that everybody else looks at them. I look at it omnidirectional, all the different things at the same time. You know, I know it sounds like I'm being pompous, but
No.
Everybody thinks they win every debate.
Well, the thing that you're talking about, understanding what it is that your opponent's doing, what it is that they're saying, trying to understand your own viewpoint. A lot of people can't do this, but I have noticed something that I guess it's a maybe 5 to 10% of the people out there are doing. The devil's advocate side of people, the people that I see that are actually arguing random topics that they don't care if it supports their viewpoint or not, but they just want to get into a debate and have some fun. I typically see those people having a little more understanding of the full picture. Not always, but typically they'll have a better understanding of the full picture of what somebody's trying to argue and what they're arguing against, because they're able to look at it from both sides. They're literally taking a position that isn't necessarily their own view. So when they do it, they're looking at both sides. When they do research, they're looking at everything that could be argued and where someone could go with it. And when someone takes it a new way, they're like, "Oh, okay, this is a new thing. I want to learn this because this is cool." You know, it's a different skill set. It's not the skill set of I'm a socialist, and I'm going to learn everything about socialism, and I'm going to defeat everyone who says anything bad. Well, you can't do that because you have to understand everything else too. And see, I've seen a few debaters that are really good at this that don't take oppositional points, but typically the guys that do are far more skilled, just because they're able to see and understand more. And I think I've even seen you do that a couple of times, 10th Man.
I'm not sure what you mean.
10th Man is able to kind of open up to the conversation to where he's more willing to take bits from everything and piece it all together and then flip it back around.
Yeah.
It's just I'm older than most of you guys, and the long before in the 80s, my family would sit around and argue politics, right, for 8-10 hours a day or more, right? So like you guys are nice compared to the people I'm used to dealing with. They used to throw beer bottles and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying.
And that was the good ones. The good ones that you just get a beer bottle or two thrown.
Yeah, one Christmas, my uncle was, or sorry, my grandfather was trolling my aunt. She ended up in a mental institution.
Oh my, that's rough. I like to treat like every show to me is a new opinion formulated, and I do it based off of what is being presented, right? Like for instance, there was the one with Diddley and No Fugazi and who else was on that? I think was it Flo and no.
Yeah, I think it
forget
was.
who it was. But
don't
like,
know if it was Flo, but
no, I think Flo came on later.
Fugazi, he man, that dude, I feel
But
bad.
But because do I think prawn is good for society? Like, no. Like overall, like, no. In general, no, absolutely not. But in terms of the arguments being presented on screen, like if I had to pick a side, Diddley had the better arguments, and she was able to make the better arguments, and Fugazi was just, unfortunately, just wasn't really like rocking it. And it's like I come into every debate with a kind of a clean slate. Like I don't,
Well, that's what the echo chambers do, right? Is like you just make the same arguments over and over and over and over again, and you might refine them a little bit, but usually not by as much as you think. And so when you are considered the sharpest tool in your shed, but you've never been outside to see somebody else's shed,
Yep.
I mean, that's why I was on Wick's panel the other night. I'll be on Prime's panel, and a debate panel. I debated on Wick's the other night against two complete morons, which was fine. They were nice morons. They were pleasant.
Oh my God, Sarah! A few weeks ago, maybe a month and a half. Sorry, I didn't know you weren't done. Sorry.
That's okay, man. Go ahead.
What was that debate panel that you were on, Sarah, where you were actually the debater?
With Fatty.
Oh my God, whatever that was, dude. It was everything I
No,
could
but
do
he
not to
was.
turn my camera on.
Oh my goodness. It was so frustrating too, because like at one point I asked the question, I said, well, are you, with what you're saying, are you coming from like a secular or like a Christian ethics background, like for your worldview on what you're saying? And the guy just randomly went into this rant about how Christianity's terrible and turned slaves and like all this. And I was like, definitely had nothing to do with what I was asking. Like it wasn't the basis. I wasn't talking about religion. I was just asking like where your stance was coming from, and so that I could ask why. And it was treacherous. I was like, please, somebody.
I've never seen you that
It
mad.
took me a minute to figure it out, but I actually ended up having somebody explain to me that Fatty comes from like this older school of debate that's considered, or what was arguing that was considered debate, and he really kind of it's a blunt force technique where he just talks louder and it makes most circular argument possible. And picks like one or 2 points that he thinks he's right on. Whether he's right or not is irrelevant. He just keeps hammering those home. And it's really, really bad in the current environment where that's seen as disingenuous, that's seen as bad faith, that's seen as, basically you're an idiot, and so it's weird because when I first started coming around, and Andrew was, kind of like, hey, go over this and go over there and, just check this stuff out. I thought Fatty was cool, man. I thought he was like, I thought he was, pretty, I thought he did pretty well. But like a lot of things, if you're in those echo chambers, if you're in those communities where all you do is fight the same 10 people and occasionally bring a new guy that doesn't know shit in, well, you never get better. You never, and you never will, right? So you have to constantly be pushing the envelope, right? You need, like, that's what I do. I search all over the place to find new people to come debate on my channel. TikTok.
You never one time even invited me or insinuated that you'd like me here. Never once.
Well, here you are.
Well, 10th man, he knew he didn't have to. You're always here to support.
Just fucking around. You guys know you can get me. Message.
You were in the fucking. I was about to say you were in the fucking chat. If you wanted to come up, literally, we say, "Hey, anybody
I
wants to come
don't like
up?"
to impose. Just like when I come on Sarah.
Oh, shut up, 10th man. You totally love to impose.
No,
nobody gets written invitations.
Fatty totally crashed out Saturday night.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it was
that when I was there.
Oh my God, I
When
wanted
I destroyed him.
Like It was like he got the crazy eyes going too.
Yeah, he
And
did.
what was that, like 7? It was like 5 o'clock in the morning before we finally ended.
Yep.
But it was Crash Out Central, and I mean, I'm pretty positive it was the whole panel versus him. I mean, it was a throwdown, so it was set up that way, but
He was making it
holy
that way on
crap.
purpose.
Yeah, but he wasn't. I don't think he was understanding. He was leading to the same conclusion as us, but he was going about it in a way that was just completely different. And then, like, the prescription that would come from his conclusion was wrong.
Yeah.
And it was just, he just wasn't, I don't think he was grasping it because I don't think he wanted to.
Well, no. It's not that he doesn't want to. Fatty lives in an echo chamber on his own channel. All of his people support all of his circular bullshit. And so when he goes out into other panels, other people's places that they debate in, his panel, his people, his guys in his
Gas
chat
him
are
up.
telling him he won, even though he's making no fucking sense whatsoever to anybody else anywhere. That's his problem. He needs to step out of his little circle of echo chamber guys and actually listen to the constructive criticism that some people are giving him about his arguments.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I
that's
mean,
fair.
you know, and again, you know, but that's a lot of the communities. I mean, it's not just Fatty. There's so many, you know, I go into these Twitch, I've been going into these leftist Twitch debate centers, and they all think they're the fucking greatest.
Those are fun.
And I'm like, well, come on over, hang out. And you know, there's a cash prize at the end of the night, you know, if you fucking win. All you got to do is
Where's
win.
the cash prizes? Whoa. There's cash prizes?
Mm-hmm.
Shit.
Where's
I
that?
gotta hit up this Friday night.
The fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, you oughta. It's a lot of fun.
The way
Sarah.
it works, 10th Man, is to encourage people to bring their people over.
Yeah, I don't care about none of that. How much money?
It's 10% of whatever the show brings in.
For first place.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm down.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not going to take the money. I'll give it to like 50% to Sarah and 50% to Flo, but I'll still do it.
However, man, whatever you do is up to you, man.
You could always have Grid donate it to a good cause somewhere. Send it
You
like
and Flo. You guys
I've
have
done that.
families.
I've done that a couple times. I've told, you know, people who like get booted a lot every now and then, you know, I'd be like, hey, pick a place to send the money, some money to, and I'll send it on, you know, in your name. Especially if they don't want money. So I'll put it towards a good cause of their choice.
I think, yeah, Cleaner won one night, and he had me split it between, like, I forget what it was. It's like the second place guy and somebody else.
That's really awesome.
I love you all, but I'd keep it for myself.
That's fine, Sarah. It's totally fine.
I don't like when I win these things. I don't want any of the income from this. I'm trying to do something here. So, like, I give it back to the channel itself, or to somebody that had a good argument, or I mean something like that. You know,
Yeah.
that way people get some support. You know, I don't need that. Other people do though.
You got
I gotta
be honest with you, Sarah. It is so crazy when I actually pay people out. They're like, "You really paid out."
People think that's crazy.
I'm like, "Yeah, I told you. That's what happens."
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, even at that, like, I like to circulate some money back around to the other channels who don't often get it, you know. Shit, I forgot to stop by Crystal Strange to say I'll catch him on another round, because I know Crystal Strange was doing his birthday grift stream today.
He reached his goal, I think.
Oh, good.
He'll be on tomorrow morning again.
Oh, good. Okay, I'll try to do a little drive by. But yeah, I try to circulate it back around, especially to, you know, I mean, I'm still a small creator, but I still try to circulate it back around to other panelists who come on often and are, you know, big contributors and stuff. Like, I try to make my rounds if I can.
So Sarah, I've never had a way to boot anybody from the channel. And then the other day you came on and you booted EB3, which Good call. And
You're welcome. You're welcome.
he, I debated him, and I beat him. But the first time he says it, he asked me. I challenged him to a debate, and he wouldn't even come up with a subject.
Oh, goodness.
And he just rambled the whole time.
That's all he does is he just says, "You're too afraid to debate me. You're too afraid to debate me."
And I
And
was
you're
like,
like,
pick a subject.
"Okay, let's go." And then
we
he
debated over some stupid English law, and I showed him in the English law where he was factually wrong, and he's like, "Yeah, but you won't come over here to arrest me for it. You won't be able to do anything about it." I'm like, I got a lot of money, and I'm pretty fucking bored. So don't don't hide behind the idea that nobody will do
me
it.
with a good time. Have you bought the train yet, Grid?
I have not bought the train, although there's a couple of good excuses for buying the train. Yeah. Anyway, I actually had a video of me working on the airplane the other day. Let me see if I still have it. I don't know what I did with it. I had it up. I don't know if
What I have a hard time understanding is why people take all of this so seriously. Like, I get why you'd be a little bit mad at the whole thing with not men or whatever and all that stuff. Apparently, I had.
Well, I'm not mad. Don't get me wrong.
I know. Just
what you
disgusted, I
sense
get
is
it.
apathy.
Yeah.
Now they could be mad.
I don't know if you guys know, but I went live for the first time in a very long time this morning.
Aww.
And we had probably with Angry Casper and Mr. At least a 2 to 3 hour discussion about the situation between your channel and those other channels, and then the flow thing with them. And we had quite the long conversation. Like the nonsense is insurmountable.
Yeah, no shit. 40 hours of cope.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
You know, the interesting thing is that Angry Casper doesn't even really like me that much.
I don't like
he
Angry
made that clear,
Casper.
but it's on the channel. If you're really bored, you can watch it. Right?
He's very grumpy.
Once Mr. came up, apparently there was some kind of issue where you said that you didn't need him in the channel, and you know what? Who knows? I didn't see a video, but it probably was that he was spurging out in the chat, and you were telling him not to spam because that's what he does, but he thinks that's a good thing, and then it's probably dumb miscommunication. Yeah, I know, but everybody gets caught in their feelings. Like Flo and I have a very good working relationship. There's numerous times where he has been completely disrespectful, like that normally people would not be able to let go, but he's running a show, and then he goes, "Yeah, sorry about that," and I'm like, I don't care.
It's usually when he doesn't eat.
Yeah, but it's just you're running a show.
Being hangry.
I'm not running the show. When I'm running the show, I throw everybody off. 99% of the people that you guys have on your show, I would throw off of my show immediately. I'm not listening to this nonsense. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
Nah, dude, you're
cool. I had a question for Sarah. Not starting drama at all with this question, because I actually enjoy when you do this, because I fucking love to argue with people. I'm just one of those assholes that does. But I have noticed of the 9 times and two hosted spots that I've done on your stream, you like to oppose me. Like on the 2v2s, you've actually kind of jumped in as like the 3v2 a couple of times.
And here's why. Because you do a lot of throwing at the wall and seeing what sticks, and I need you to learn how to stay on a path. You throw a lot of random stuff out that, like, we even disproved a lot of stuff you said the other night. Like, you said something about, I think it was New Guinea or something, where
the two things that were disproven, I didn't give a shit about that, but I do understand that.
Yeah, so when I hear stuff,
I just wanted them to get off it.
Yeah, when I hear stuff that's like absolutely off the charts, or it's not even within the scope, or it's like random tangent of information, it's like, we got to call that one out, because I expect you to do better.
Well, the thing is, a couple of times, I would say a handful of times, when I've been trying to walk someone down a path, you've thought I was sidestepping out into another direction. And I'm not. I'm actually leading someone down the same path. I'm just using an argument that people have never fucking heard before, or an analogy that people don't fucking use, because I don't like to use the same shit over and over and over that everybody else has heard. I like to follow a different path or lead someone in a different way to get to that same end item result. It kind of like all of the continual usage of like the Andrew Wilson arguments and the destiny arguments and things. It gets so repetitive and so monotonous to hear them over and over and over. So I try to use something different when I do, and I understand how it comes off sometimes like it's a completely different thing, but typically I'm trying to lead someone down a path and it just ends up getting derailed.
I think you lead with more opinions than you do with like running a line. Like
No,
more
I
personal
typically
opinions, things that are like general talking points that that people often skew. And I'd have to like rewatch it, but there's a lot of stuff that people like to say and throw out there that's like absolutely not true, but they think it is because so many people have said it. Like a lot of red pill talking points or this, like a lot of people like to talk about how 77% of women file for divorce and get the kids and get the this and get the that, and I'm not saying I'm using this
right.
as
I
an
get you.
example, but it's not you. And I always like to correct them, like when they say, like, yeah, women aren't letting men, see their children and this and that. And Ashley and I, probably a couple years ago, actually sat and debunked that whole thing with the actual study. And there was a
Right.
very large percentage of men that actually don't even show up to court. They don't even file counterclaims. They don't even, XYZ. So it's like, they're like, well, women always take the children from men. It's like, well, the men aren't asking for them, right? And it's
Well,
information. It would be when you do stuff, sometimes it's something along those lines. Like that's not the example, but that's like a something
no,
similar to
I think
what I
that's a
hear
fitting
you do.
example. I
Yeah.
think that's a fitting example. I do, and I understand what you're saying. The generality type arguments that I make are things that are going on in society. Now, percentage wise, you can't always prove or disprove exactly how much of a percentage. And so that's why whenever I'm making a generality like that or something, I try to ask my opponent, would you agree with this? Or would you say that 51% of the people, or something to that degree? But I'm typically still going in a direction of something that I have evidence on, or I'm leading a line going to evidence. And yeah, it can be frustrating. I understand whenever you hear a new argument that you've never heard before and you don't understand where it's going, and it sounds like it's side railing or derailing a conversation from something. But I like to argue with you too. So when you do jump in, I don't really care. I'll argue with you too. You're fun. So you know. Yeah, I think I've shown you that too. Like I'm like, yeah, no, I'll argue with you too. It's cool.
Yeah, well, and then also, I mean, even at that, open panel, most people think that I'm like off limits, and it's like, no, I get to play during open panel too. Like,
Hmm.
I take moderator mode off and I go into host mode, and most of the time, I let you guys do the bulk of it, but it doesn't mean that I'm like I can't chime in too.
Right.
So and a lot of people mistake that. I've seen it a lot. A lot of people are like, well, she's supposed to be modding, like the moderator sucks. It's like, no, I'm host now. We went to open panel dumpster fire, fuck that.
Yeah.
And most people mix that up, and they confuse it, and think that like I can't have an opinion. It's like, no, like this is my playtime now.
Yeah, I remember actually correcting a couple of people in chat a few times that I was up there on panel when I was directly engaging you
Hmm.
because you were saying something and I was like, no, asshole, she's in host mode right now. She's just up here. She's another panelist right now. We can argue. No, and I don't know.
So
Like personally, I like to argue, so I don't. I'm not even opposed to like 3v2s or 4v1s or any of that shit. I
I
enjoy it.
prefer 9 versus me. That's how I operate.
that's yeah, we've heard that. So this is what I was doing yesterday morning.
This is cool.
Cool.
Would you have it around 140 RPM, 160, 150?
That
On
RPM,
the
that
prop.
was 5,900 RPM.
Oh no, on the prop.
Oh, yeah, it's like 1,900.
Nice.
It needs to be 2,300. It needs to be 7,000 RPM on the
Sarah,
on the engine to get lift.
Yeah, it's got a 2.8 gear reduction.
I'm sorry.
No, you're cool. You're cool, 10th man. I'm sorry.
I hit the notify on that panel, the next panel that you had set up there. When is it though? I didn't check to see when it was.
For me?
I thought it was tonight. No, for Sarah.
For Sarah. I actually thought Sarah was streaming tonight too.
That's what I thought. I clicked the notify me, and then when is it?
Which panel is it?
I don't know, the one that was supposed to
There's
be
so many.
I thought tonight. I know.
Sarah
what I mean.
books these things in advance, you know.
When is your next panel? Is what I'm trying to understand.
Tomorrow night was the next one.
Oh, it's tomorrow. Okay.
I was good. Wait, what's? No, I shouldn't have anything for tomorrow.
What's today? Is today Wednesday or?
It is.
I can't pull it up.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, not tomorrow.
I was gonna say I never stream on Wednesdays. But which panel are you talking about?
That's what I'm looking for right now.
I was gonna say, shit, I'd screw something up if I got something set up for tonight.
No, it just had one dude on the cover. That's all I remember. There was
Was
only
it
one picture of one dude.
Rinyald? I know Rinyald's doing Trump is Evil, and that's next Thursday.
That's it. Oh, that's next Thursday. Did you just set that up today?
That's
Is that why it
next week.
popped up? Okay, that makes sense.
No. He was originally supposed to be tomorrow night, but because of last Thursday, I hurt myself, and so I asked to push. I was originally going to push Fatty to tomorrow night, and then Rinyal to next week. But then Fatty and I decided to do Saturday night instead, since I was like at least I could sit up at that point. And then Rinyal decided to just keep his date for next week, which was fine.
Yeah,
So
it was the Trump is evil one. I thought
Mhm.
I saw it pop up. That's why I was asking.
yeah,
Are you open Monday, Sarah?
every Monday night, Moderator Monday.
I didn't see anything scheduled. I was just curious.
Oh, I've got one actually in the shoot for that. I'm just waiting. I've got 3 of them locked in, and the fourth one has an interest. I think he just needs to confirm that he's agreeable to it's a morality debate coming up next Monday.
Oh, those are fun.
Mhm.
Well, if you ever need a fill in, I'm a good devil's advocate.
Yeah, no, and it's good to always like the Rolodex is obviously getting bigger as we move along, so it's very helpful when I need a fill in, like knowing kind of who stands on which side, and who I can call real fast and who's willing to pop up. But
me.
yeah, like Rid. That was, I was at my daughter's, she had a tournament thing going that day too, and we were still waiting for them to kick off. And I happened to have, I think I wanted to I think, yeah, because I think Andrew was originally supposed to be on that. So I was like, oh, I'll sit here and listen while she's off, doing their little warm ups and stuff. And then I heard him saying that, like, Andrew's not coming. We need somebody to fill in. I'm like, oh, hold on. Let me just open up my little Rolodex here and see who I know would argue Christianity. Or especially who could like jump on real quick, the most available at like 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. If I've got 30 minutes to an hour to prepare, I can normally come with some good content.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good stuff.
That teriyaki one was that man. I came in with the only argument that you could fucking make on that, and tried to go through the points one at a time.
Oh, that one. That was
And
terrible.
they didn't refute any of the points, but Teriyaki was going off on this fucking conspiracy theory shit.
Oh,
we
goodness.
could have just slammed that debate, just sticking to the points.
Yeah, that one was
God.
god awful. Some of these
I don't even believe that shit. I don't even
Well-
fucking believe that.
you did good for trying to go that route. I give you a lot of kudos there, because and not only that was a super hard stance to take, because it's like you really have a lot of proof in the pudding to throw out there that you know what I mean.
Yep.
And there's so much, and then that's right, because then it was like the neo Yahtzee concept, and it's like, well, this is still this is still being practiced, or I forget what it was, or no, it was like, well, how do you know that National Socialist is neo-Yahtzee? And it's like, well,
Right.
the only party, like the
That
actual
ever
political
used
party,
it was that one. Yeah.
was that group. And then it's like, well, when did it end? And well, when, blah blah blah. And it's like, okay,
Yeah.
well, that's it, and end of story.
Well, and the thing was, I knew in that debate we would never be able to pull off full Yahtzeism for the National Socialist construction. I knew that wouldn't work because there are so many things in the doctrine of Yahtzeism, the racism, the culturism, the religionism, like all of those things. We would not be able to pull that off. So I went to the 25 points, 17 of which America's actually doing, that we could actually prove America's doing. And I was like, all right, so the others are pretty much like, you're not going to be able to prove those, so stay the hell away from them. And I just tried to walk through the points I could prove one at a time.
But
and it was like, damn, man,
But
damn, he
then,
went to the
but then,
CIA.
Teriak was like almost going in opposition of you, because he's like, well,
I know.
it's not the neo Yahtsees, and it's like, and then here you are with the doctrine of their stuff, using that as your sample. It's like, well, you guys got to pick one.
Well, it's because when we had discussed it ahead of time, I was like, I don't see how we're going to be able to argue this any way other than staying away from the extra intrinsics that we don't do in America right now to that extent. And like, we touch on them a little, like the illegal immigration could be looked at a little bit like racism. The black and white fighting could be looked at a little, so a little we touch on that, but it's like, man, the other points we could hit on, that's the only thing we could fight with, though, because I mean, everything else that there is to Yahtzeism is what it is for that construct, the National Socialist construct. It's like,
right.
You really can't make an argument if you try and include those other things, those extreme points. And so you just have to go to the neutral points that are like, all right, sociology, society, and socialism, and where the Democrats and the Republicans have pushed each of the two different sides. I mean, and I thought that's what we had agreed on.
Guess not.
It didn't go that way, and I don't think I'm going to be doing that again.
Well, also, what got you guys hung up too was that the intentions behind those doctrines, and like, what is the actual conclusion and the end goal of the Yahtsees, and why they were doing that.
Right.
You know what I mean? And we may have those same similar doctrines, but our doctrines are for the welfare of all people, not for one specific race.
Right. And see, my strategy in that was, all right, we have 17 points. We have a 2-hour debate. I'm pretty sure we'll make it through like 8 or 9 of these points without them refuting them at all, because they can't fucking refute them, because we're literally doing that shit, right? So we'll make it through those 8 or 9 points, and we'll be out of time, so they won't be able to get to the extremist shit, and we'll just fucking write that off as a win. That's what I was hoping for in this one, because that's the only view I could see us getting a win in that way. And I mean, it came close to that. I think we made it through, like, what was it, like 6 points maybe? But
yeah, it was good strategy, but Teriak messed it up for you.
I do not know why he brought it. We didn't talk about that ahead of time. I don't know why he brought that in.
You guys want to know the funny thing?
Yeah.
All of my real thoughts, I've never actually talked about live on your guys' shows. I have on my show over the years.
Are you going to confess your real thoughts to us right now?
Well, no.
Man?
A little bit. I'll just tell you that I actually believe in socialism and believe that it could work. And it's not that nobody could try it before. It's the fact that we didn't have computers to track every single thing. And like I said on my show, as I ended my show this morning, if you guys made me emperor of the world, I could have all this fixed overnight with one simple step.
I would say I don't disagree that it could work, but we would have to have more altruism in humanity before it would work.
I don't think that's it. But so at the end of my show, I ended it with this: the easy way to fix it all. Flip all the intelligence that got instituted after the Sandcastle spell in 2001, all the intelligence agencies, and flip them on the government. flip them all in the government agents, the FBI agents, all the elected officials, do to them what they tried to do to Trump, and flip it right around, and everything would be cleaned up literally overnight. Why
I
can't
like
that
that
be done?
idea.
Because they are the true evil in society. That's the reason why. Socialism can work, and also we can fix all the problems by doing just that.
Sounds
But
like
they'll never
tyranny.
do it.
No, that would be the end of tyranny. It would be the ultimatum for the epic class, the class that thinks they are so high above us all that we are all ants and peons and nothing more than smudges on the bottom of their boot. It would be, because turning the intelligence community around on them, we would know all their dirty, dark secrets. Everyone would know it. Like, for instance, did you know that over 240 of our congressmen either have a felony waiting for them to not be in Congress for them to go to court for, or have been convicted of a felony? Did you know that?
True.
Why are those motherfuckers in Congress if they literally have felony convictions or felonies waiting for them in court for after they're done with Congress? They have
You know what
a
I want to know?
personal gain.
Sorry.
Oh, wasn't it? I remember reading somewhere, and I can't remember if it was in the Senate or the House, but one of the things that the Capitol Hill post office scandal uncovered was how many of the congressmen actually had very, very poor financials.
Yeah.
Personally.
And how many of them were getting sued, but because they're congressmen, they couldn't be held to go to state court to fight for those claims that have been made against them. So their claims that are being made against them have to wait until they're no longer congressmen. But if they are lifelong congressmen, they'll never have to file, like they'll never have to defend themselves in court.
Makes you wonder why a lot of them are making their primary residence in different states than where they're at.
Oh no, it doesn't make me wonder. I know.
I know.
I know.
Yeah, it's very interesting. The House Post, or was it the House Post Office, or was it the Congressional Post? I mean, whatever it was, that scandal, which people seem to have forgotten about, it wasn't that long ago, was actually crazy. And
I believe it was the House.
What
I
happened
think it
with
was
it?
the House.
So basically, a senator could any representative could walk into the post office and write a check and cash it, even if they had no money on deposit.
Yep.
At a post office?
Yeah. It was
Mhm.
being backed by the Fed. The Fed was putting the money back into the national debt instead of their personal debt.
Ew.
And so they could $10,000 for haircuts and shit, no problem. Just
What was
write
that
it.
one that wrote a $400 and some odd thousand dollar? It was for servicing on a Lamborghini that he owns.
Yeah.
Servicing an oil change for over 400 grand.
I'm
It was
sure
like,
it included the car. He paid for the oil change. He got the car for free.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Mhm.
and the thing is that nobody's followed up on that in like 7 or 8 years.
Yeah. It's been quiet for a while.
Did it end?
No.
No. They still do it.
They made noises about how they were going to make it harder to happen and blah blah blah, all this kind of stuff, but they still do it. And the real evil thing is what can't be tracked, because they walk in, they write a check to cash, 50,000 in cash, 10,000 in cash, 100,000 in cash.
Yep.
I wonder if they might be having pizza parties.
And it
I'm
doesn't go
sure
against
it's
their
to pay for
social
the company
security
pizza
number.
party.
It doesn't go against their social security number for their personal debt with the IRS.
Yeah.
So
There is no debt.
they're literally spending our tax money by concluding that debt to, or adding that debt to the national debt, rather than their own personal debt. They're spending our money to do whatever the fuck they want.
It's the craziest thing, because it's the check is written against their office, but there's no one that can be held responsible for the check. So,
What were you going to ask, Sarah?
Is this like a way to deter being bribed, maybe?
Nope. Nope. This is literally their way of being able to pull money illegally because they found a loophole.
it was originally intended for congressmen to be able to do their mailers at the post office without having to write a check for postage. They would come down and they would just basically sign for the postage. And then it became, well, if I can sign for the postage, can I just write you a check and you pay me the difference? After that, it became, well, can I just write you a check and you cash it out? And there was some like convenience thing too that kind of that bumped it from just being able to ship all their mailers and interoffice mail and all that kind of stuff out and get it paid for without having to pay the postage. It went from that to they actually could withdraw actual cash.
Yeah. It was in the 50s and 60s that it started up where the staff that was actually mailing things out, the representative would hand them the blank check and say, okay, we'll go to the post office and whatever you need to do, and then somebody in the House of Representatives figured out that it was going against the office and not a person, which meant it was going against the national debt, not a person. And when they figured that out, the money started rolling, and all of a sudden, the amount of debt that was in the Fed for the average taxpayer started skyrocketing. And now we're in, what is it, 40 trillion or some shit now? These motherfuckers have like multi-million-dollar homes, but are somehow only worth $100,000.
And there's still not there's nothing was fixed in this scandal, right? And it was investigated. All of the stuff was put out there, and they were Clinton pardoned the postmaster, or pardon me, a Democrat from Illinois who was who pled guilty, I believe. He was implicated. He wasn't pled guilty, but other than that, everybody, it's just nobody cares anymore.
Well, it's because of the way that law was written for it.
I'm going to put my phone down for like 3 minutes. I got to take the dog out and I got to like kind of half carry her.
Okay.
I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Good luck. Yeah, it was because of the way that they had written the law. It's legal. And since it's legal, the FBI and the State Department can't do anything about it because it's legal.
I don't want to be a dick and try to critique you, but the government officials do not write the laws. The lawyers do. I've actually seen numerous videos coming out very recently of people actually explaining what I've been telling people for over 6 years.
It's actually worse than the lawyers, right?
It's been that way for a while too.
Yeah, it's worse than the lawyers writing the bill. So if the lawyers wrote the bills, at least they'd make common sense.
Well, no, they actually write it. I know what you're going to say about the law.
So what actually happens is some special interest group somewhere, or a company somewhere, or a senator himself, or a representative, or some state official says, "Hey, this is the law I want to have made, and this is what I need it to have included," right? And they basically write the outline. The lawyer, a congressional attorney who is usually on staff.
Yep.
I actually know one of the congressional attorneys for what's his? I cannot think of his name. He was governor for fucking ever. It doesn't matter. Lamar Alexander. I knew one of his congressional attorneys, and the congressional attorneys, obviously they have to abide by the law, right? Like they really can't break it, but they get really damn close, and then they turn it over to the senator, and if the senator makes, or the elected official makes changes to it in committee or whatever, it may or may not be reviewed by a congressional attorney again, which, by the way, is why so much of this shit gets shot down in the Supreme Court, because the attorneys wrote it.
Mm-hmm.
And
if you've watched any Supreme Court arguments, because I've watched too many, the people who are almost always the people who are arguing on the side of the government obfuscate the law to the point where it's bastardized. It's like, to sit there and listen to these government lawyers try to make excuses, then have the judges go, okay, but what about this stuff? And they go, no, we just don't pay attention to that. And I'm like,
Yeah. Well, and that's an interesting point right there, because that's happened a lot. It happened here recently with that Supreme Court judge and the whole ruling on how illegal immigrants' babies were going to be referenced as legal, like having legal status. But the way that he wrote it literally gives every baby that could be born that, like, as soon as you're inseminated as a woman, as soon as your egg is inseminated, it has legal status, which means you should not be able to have abortions. But they're like, oh no, we're just all going to go ahead and agree to not look at that part.
Right.
Both sides, the Republicans and the Democrats, both sides are just like, we're just not going to look at that, because they know if either side looked at it and tried to held it to the letter of the law that it's actually written to, they would lose voters.
Yeah. I mean, and that's, again, so the lawyers write the bill the right way.
Well, the way they think it's right. Yeah.
Well, right. well, yeah, they write it in a legal, they write it so that it meets the letter of the law. Then it goes into committee, and the committee makes changes. They never talk to lawyers ever again. They don't want to. They don't want the lawyers to know what's in it.
Yep.
And so then it gets passed often, and then it gets kicked to the Supreme Court because none of that shit makes sense.
Yeah. And see, that's part of the problem that we've got in our country right now, is that when the whole thing started, it wasn't supposed to be that the laws were so obfuscated and so misunderstood and so ridiculously hard to figure out what the hell they actually fucking mean that the common person couldn't understand them. The common person was supposed to be able to understand the federal laws. It was supposed to be so simple that we all know what we're supposed to do in this society. That way we can maintain our social construction.
Mm-hmm.
So I have spent a tremendous amount of time around auditors, right? That's how I started my show. I do a little bit of activism myself. And so I forget what I was going to say. Sorry, I'm in a lot of pain. I blanked out. Oh yeah, so there's a video out of Texas where the dude had his dog in the car. It's nighttime. He said he was in there for 15 minutes. He cranked the AC on before he went in. He literally went in to grab something, came right back out. The police are standing there. There's at least 3 cops standing there. He reads 3802, which is the stop and identify statute in Texas.
Right.
And he reads it to them. And then on the second part, where it says, you can't give a false name if you've been detained, blah, blah, blah. And then the cops just can't get it. So I've had discussions with auditors. And one time I was talking, I can't remember his name right now, Erie County. And we were looking at one of his videos, and he goes, how do they just not understand it? It's so simple. And I explained to him, no, they do understand it. That's the disconnect that you're missing here. All of these people know the law. They just don't care. They're obstinate children that will break the law, and even they're no different than a criminal who's spraying a neighborhood. They're the exact same. They're obstinate children that are tantruming, and they don't care what the law is. You're going to do what you're told, or they're just going to they'll do time. Some of these cops will do time rather than just follow the law.
I don't
That's the
disagree
truth.
that I don't disagree with you that there's probably a portion of people that are like that are police, but I do also know that there are also a large number that actually don't know what the fuck the law is.
Possibly,
That's true.
That's possible, but I'm saying
Well,
cops are
it's one
terrible
of the
for
two.
knowing the law.
And it's, I mean, I'd be saying the experience I have personally would be anecdotal, but the two sides of the law in Texas are supposed to be like you have the constables or the police officers for your city or whatnot, and then you have the sheriff's organization, and the sheriffs are supposed to be there for the people to serve the people. The police are supposed to be there for the cities to keep people reined in the cities, right? Well, so I'm talking. I had an issue happen with my ex when I was getting custody of my daughter. The young guy that showed up, he had to have been maybe 28, 29 years old. He said, "Oh, well, I've seen a judge ruling like this yesterday or the day before, and it basically said that whoever comes first gets the kid." And I'm like, "No, that would never be fucking said by a judge. First come, first serve is not how they fucking disseminate children. That's not how they decide where children go. It's literally written out where my child is supposed to go. You're supposed to follow that." And he's like, "Well, you don't know what you're talking about. And if you keep arguing with me, I'm going to take you to jail." And I was like, "Fuck it. I'm here first. I'm getting my daughter. I don't give a shit. Whatever you want." You know? But he did not know what the fuck he was talking about. I know he didn't. He did. I mean, he glanced over a 20-page document in about a minute and a half and said, "Well, this is what it says." And I'm like, "Dude, I'm a pretty fast reader, and it took me about 30 minutes to get a full understanding of that document, at least 30 minutes. And I was in court listening to what the judge said he wanted written on it. So it's like, nah, man. Nah, I think I agree that there's a lot that are probably power hungry guys, and like you're saying, they're abusing their power. But I think there's also a lot that are just fucking stupid to what the actual law is.
And then there's some that are controlled by their city. Take Portland, for instance. There's a bunch of stuff that's going on at the ICE building and everything. The Portland police, even though if they see a crime, they're basically told they can't do anything unless the mayor or whoever's in charge of the police department over there can do anything. So yes, they're breaking a crime, even a federal crime, but they can't do anything because the bureaucrats in the city tell them, no, you can't do that.
In California too, a lot of the times they get their hands held back. They're not allowed to do what their job is, what they signed up to do, and it's frustrating for the police there. Well, the good ones at least,
Yeah.
I know a couple, and it's frustrating for those guys whenever they're like, "Man, I see this guy over there, and I know that poor shopkeeper dude, like he is scared for his fucking life right now because that guy looks like he's packing. I'm not close enough to be able to say that I could see he's packing because I'm not within the legal distance based off what California says, because I believe it's like you have to be within 15 feet to be able to legally identify whether or not you see someone has a concealed weapon. But it's like, since he couldn't do that and he wasn't allowed to get closer to the person, he couldn't go and arrest that guy and make sure that shopkeeper felt safe in his own fucking shop. It's like, yeah, I get what you're saying, and I've seen a number of fucking cases like that. I mean, we saw it in the recent LA riots that were going on.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what though, I thought what was awesome about that was the next weekend they were supposed to have riots here in Houston, and we've got this place for people that are paid protesters that like they have to go to Protest Park, and if they don't and they're protesting, they get fucking tased.
Perfect.
I have a buddy that's a cop, and he was like, man, you're not going to believe it. This weekend was awesome. I got to taste 3 dumbass motherfuckers this weekend. I was like, awesome, bro. Because
it's the little things in life. It's the little things.
1 foot out of Protest Park, had their sign up instead of down, and he goes, pop, you're done.
I bet they love free speech at that time, right?
I mean, you know, like the shit they were talking about was like it's
Yeah,
destructive, and
beyond.
I mean, while I agree he wasn't exactly in the perfect letter of the law in that situation, you know what? Like we said earlier, I'm gonna look the other way because fuck
Yeah.
it, that shit's destructive. You know, like what they were talking about was destructive. Down with the police, down with the government. I mean, the shit they had signs for was ridiculous, man. It was like, we need more illegal immigrants here. Are you kidding me? Like, Houston has literally been in not a recession, not a progression, but a fucking flat line because of the amount of illegal immigrants that come here and get jobs because people think they can do the jobs that the skilled workers can do, but they're only getting paid like $10 an hour or $15 an hour. And it's like, no, but the skilled workers don't ever get a job now because you got to, and then like 5 years later, you hire the skilled guy to come in and clean all the shit up. And you need like 5 of him, but you don't want to get 5 of him. So you fire him a year later because he can't get the job. I've seen this happen so many times here to people, and it's horrible, man. It really is. The whole way that they did this thing, it screwed our southern states horribly hard.
You know, it's
I gotta tell you.
and
Go ahead, Troy.
something in Tennessee. I don't know if maybe it's just Tennessee, right? But I mean, even the guys who are working for cash off the books are basically are charging the same as the guys who are legal, right? Like, I mean, you're not saving any money right now using immigrant work.
Oh no, you are, because you're not paying
You are.
OSHA costs. You're not paying all those extra costs.
Well, if
You don't-
I mean, I don't know
you
about
don't
anybody
get them
else, but
trained.
in
You don't have to get
Tennessee,
them trained.
you don't pay for it on the employee, you pay for it on the job, right? So I don't know how it works in other states. I can't speak to that, but like the guys that did my concrete work, right? When we built the sunroom, the guys that did the concrete work, that was basically an all like redneck crew. Okay, all rednecks.
Cool.
From Shelbyville, right? And then, but the guys who poured the driveway extension for me, concrete work, just a different company, were all amigos, and literally, I just happened to talk to one, you know, about what they make, you know, just kind of getting an idea, because I told him, like, look, I built a lot of this. I built a lot of stuff right now. You know, we're doing a remodel on this house. We're going to add driveway over here. We're going to do this over there. I'm like, what do you guys do? Do you guys do side work? Do you whatever? And he's like, we don't do side work, man. But if we did, you know, it'd be X amount. And I'm like, holy crap, that's what everybody else is quoting me. And
they know what everyone else is quoting you, but they know that you're going to hand them cash and pay them rather than paying a company, so they're going to get all the money.
Actually, I wrote a check on that job. I wrote a check to the company they work for. So
yeah, no, I'm saying whenever they come on the side to do the work, they're going to charge as much as a company would, but they're going to get it like you're going to be writing the check straight to them or handing cash straight to them, as opposed to making the check to the company. So they know if they charge close to the same but a little less, they'll get the business, but the money just goes straight in their pocket. So there's no tax deferral there.
yeah, maybe. I don't know, man. All I know is that even the guys working off book, we're not saving any. We're not saving it. The people who are paying the labor are not saving anything. We're paying the same.
Yeah, no, it's mostly affecting the skilled labor that are at companies that are legitimate, you know, and trying to work and all of that. And I like I said earlier, I think there is definitely a differential between the far northern states, the mid states, and the closer to the border states. I mean, it's.
I do think that, you know, like if those states where, you know, they're doing piece work, like, you know, picking melons and shit like that, I could 100% agree that that's probably it is very likely that that those people are working cheaper than Americans, for sure.
Yeah. Well, and I've seen it all over. I've been to a lot of different job sites, and gone through a lot of equipment at these job sites, and I could tell you just I mean, just from my firsthand experience, the probably 20 companies that I went to last year and looked at their equipment, man, the guys that they had that were there, I was trying to explain to them what was wrong, and it was simple shit like this engine just needs to be resleeved. I mean, that's not that hard to really do if you've got an engine guy. Like a lot of us diesel guys, like old school diesel guys, we've resleeved so many engines. It's like, yeah, all right,
Oh, yeah, sleeving an
that's
engine.
no problem. Yeah. And this guy is like, what's that? What are you talking about? I'm like, all right, so you know the cylinder right there that you've got pulled off on the table, and that ring right there, if you pull that ring out, it's actually a really long sleeve that goes inside there. He's like, oh, okay. I'm like, how the fuck do you not know this shit? How long have you been working here? He's like, 5 years. I'm like, that's why all this equipment's like this. You don't know what you're doing. How much you getting paid? And the guy's like 18 an hour. I'm like, yeah, there you go. You're literally one of the guys that killed a mechanic's family off.
You know, I had this kid that worked for me, and he was from Texas, and he did they rebuilt engines for wells, right? Because they used a small block. They at the time they were using small block Chevrolet motors to power these wells or water pump, whatever.
The pump heads, right?
Well, yeah, pump heads, well heads, whatever. And it's crazy. He was not really making money, but he rebuilt like 2 or 3 engines a day.
Mm-hmm.
And he was telling me like they didn't even bother using torque wrenches because they were just
you could feel it.
Yeah, small block engine, and you just spin it down and done and move on to the next one.
Yep.
And he's like, none of it. There's nothing like. There's literally like I asked him because as I was using a torque wrench, you know, on the aluminum heads that we were doing. On I forget which car he was working with us on, but and he was like really like, you actually use a torque wrench on everything? I'm like, fuck yeah, everything. And
Gentlemen, I am completely lost in this conversation now.
Yeah, it's okay. We branched out. We were talking about cheap labor and we're talking about tech, you know, all kinds of tech stuff. And
well,
you know,
I'm gonna take the dude talk as a way to make my exit. I got some emails I have to send, and then I'm going to bed. But I love you all. It was a good conversation. Thanks for having me, Grid.
Actually, I'm about to go as well. I normally leave at 11 o'clock, but
hey, Sarah, before you go, can you say thank you so much to Rubber Ducky for giving the 5 gifted memberships in your own style?
Yes, I need to recognize Rubber Ducky Man because he donated 5 or 10 5 subs, right? Yeah, that's cool, man. I really appreciate that. And Sarah, always a pleasure to have you on. I'm glad that you finally got out of the bathtub. And, you know, so that's good. I didn't realize I was somebody's bath stream. That's weird.
Were you in the bath that whole time?
For the good portion of the beginning,
That's
yeah.
convenient. I was masturbating.
Oh my god!
Why do I need to know
that?
Just like everybody else is now.
It's like
I don't know what I don't.
I don't know where to go from that. You know what? That's when you just shut it down, Grid. You just
it is.
just
It's
hit
a
that end
sign.
button until you get off your lawn.
From orbit.
At the risk
the
of
only way to be
getting in
sure.
trouble, Dusty is live in 4 minutes 36 seconds.
Well, stay safe, Sarah.
That motherfucker never called me back. I called him today. He said I'd call you back, and then never called me
He
back.
was in the chat for like 2 minutes. And he's like out of here.
He busted a record yesterday, Sarah. I don't know if you heard or not. Yep, he busted a record.
What was it?
I believe
know.
it was almost $3,000.
You know,
we don't have the final verdict yet. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it's
nice.
You know, there's something to this. 13. Brian, from whatever, when he comes on the show, he's always in the fucking pool.
Yeah, he is.
And Sarah's in the bathtub. What is it about? What is it with water?
Maybe because you like fishing so much, so we bring the water to you.
That's what it is. I think I'm just relaxed, everyone. so much. They're just like, yeah, that's what I was.
Yeah, it's a very relaxing atmosphere. Um, and I know I've told you this before, but it's a chill environment. It's an easy panel to sit on. Usually it's not like contentious and crazy, and it's a good wind down stream for me after after all the shows that I've
Mm-hmm.
done. Like it's
Yeah, getting
refreshing to
yelled at
come
last
over here and be able to sit on a panel and just kind of hang out without having to fucking yell at people, and I'm not in charge, and I can just diddle daddle.
Some
Yeah,
people
you're
like to
way
be
less
yelled
annoying when you're not the host.
And it's very respectful too.
I'm just playing. I'm just playing.
Grid keeps things very respectful here.
I
So I
try.
mean that's a big part of it. It's a more relaxing environment because it's respectful.
Even when it's contentious, I still try and keep people. I had to, so you missed out, Sarah. Before you go, I got to tell you. So we had Steel Man, which I don't know which one of his aliases you know him by. But Steel Man was on here, and he was debating Kel, and he for some reason thought he had liberty to define his own prompt, but I literally said no. This is the prompt. Kel said okay. He said okay, and then he never addressed the argument. I even stopped him in the middle of it. I'm like, with like a minute and a half to go. I'm like, look, got a minute and a half to go. You've not addressed the prompt. I don't know how well you're going to do. He just kept going. Well, because he did make a good argument, and I think that there was some confusion at the beginning, the judges went ahead and gave him the W, which is fine. I don't argue with the judges, but he challenged me on my memory. And I ended up going back and live during the show, I went back and found it. And I'm like, no, this is what it is.
Yep.
Nice.
You were wrong.
You're wrong, bitch.
You're right. Right. I don't correct people for no reason. And but he was a little animated through that.
He was snarky.
Snarky. Thank you.
Yeah.
Snarky. Yeah. And telling me that I was wrong, and I have a bad memory. Hey, there's Kel now. Kel, speak of
I
the
hate
devil.
it when they argue back, because it's like even
Yes, Kel,
if
you can come up. You have the link.
even
There's
if I
everything
am
available.
wrong in this moment, I'm still going to be right. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Right? Like it does. I've already made the decision. It's like a referee on a basketball court or a football field, making a call. And even though you're watching from the TV and you're like, we can rewind and watch, it's like, no, I made that decision live in the moment, and that's the decision I've decided.
Which is why I didn't reverse the judge's decision, right?
Yeah.
They made the decision based on what their understanding was in the moment. I can't stop the debate and say, judges, I'm sorry, let's redefine this. That would be wrong. So the right thing to do is, I feel like I did the right thing, which was, let it just continue. Let the cards fall. And then somebody did buy Kat back in, so it wasn't that big a deal that she took the L. But
right.
He didn't even address the prompt at all. He was making an argument that he wanted to make, regardless of what the actual prompt and argument were.
Yeah, he was like trying to argue his side prompt. He had one argument that approached the prompt, and Kel was not arguing anything against it or against the prompt, like the original prompt, not the one he tried to make up. And that was why he got. I think Tyler and I had both said because of that was why he got the W for that. Was just because he approached the original prompt, not his remake, with that one argument. And like I didn't even pay attention when he tried to redefine it, because I heard you say, nope, this is the prompt, and that was it. Like, that's all I needed.
I mean, it was fine, but I don't like it when people argue with me. I don't, but I will absolutely stop everything I'm doing and go back and fix it. Who is fixing Kel? You can do it, boys. No, I don't know. I don't know anyone who signed up for that job yet. You could be the man.
I'll fix her.
I'll fix her.
Kel
All right.
fixes
Well,
Kel.
I'm gonna scoot. I love you guys.
Okay.
Bye.
Night, Sarah.
Stay safe, Sarah.
All right, I'm gonna follow the prettiness out of here.
I thought you were the prettiness.
I am, but the female prettiness.
I got you.
I ran out of
All right.
coffee, so I'm going to be ducking
Nice
out
talking,
too.
everybody. Peace.
I was going to at least let Kel come up, but she's taking forever. So,
well, y'all have a good night. Thanks for having me up, Grit. I had a good convo, bro.
Night cleaner. That's fine. Yeah, I'm glad you came up, man.
Thanks for having me. Y'all stay safe.
Yeah, absolutely. And then it was me and Mr. Bill, and it's just me. Where'd Kel go? All right. Just me. Yes, John Burt, thank you very much for the dono. Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. I didn't know. I thought Kel was headed up, but maybe not. We'll give her another couple of minutes to figure it out. I'm not going anywhere for a couple of minutes at least. It's been a great show tonight, guys. Really, really had a great time with all of you guys, and it's gonna have a great time, guys. We're gonna have a great time. Or I have had a great time. We will continue to have a great time. So, is anybody got anybody want to throw anything out there? You're gonna have to rewatch the first 2 hours. Okay. It was pretty good, I ain't gonna lie. It was pretty good. Glenn got his 501c, so that's good. That's good. Kat got her hair did. That's also good. Kat, you should come up and cam up so we can see your nice nice new hairdo. Miss Markin apparently says hi to BSR. So, Kat's crazy with those hair costs. You know what? My wife shocks me all the time. I'm like, I get my hair cut for like $20, and I feel pretty good about that. Oh, there's Kel. What is this, Kel? Oh, she's got an update. Oh, this is not. This is, guys, you're just gonna have to wait for Kel. I'm sorry. Her computer, the California interwebs are not being kind to poor Kel. So as soon as she gets her stuff together, she'll be up. I really want to see Kat's hairdo now. Didn't everybody want to see Kat's hairdo? Yeah. All right, guys. Before Kel gets up here, and because I'll forget once towards the end of the show, tomorrow day shift we'll be talking. We talked a little bit about money last week. This week we're going to talk a little bit more about money. No, my wife does not make appearances. You'll cam up at DebateCon. That's cool. That's cool. He mentioned my wife. I completely lost my brain. So Kel will be here as soon as her stuff updates. Hopefully she'll be good there. Kat's going to cam up at DebateCon. That'll be awesome. Thursday, tomorrow, during the day shift, we're gonna have a cool show tomorrow, guys, and it'll be a lot of fun. Friday night is debate night. Come on out, bring your money. We're gonna debate. If you're not familiar with the show, it is a round robin single elimination blood sport debate competition. Mano a mano in the ring. Each Each debater gets 1 minute for an opening statement or position. Then we enter the 5-minute back and forth. And after the 5 minutes is up, you're judged by 3 judges. Obviously, you know, two votes keeps you, 3 votes keeps you, 1 vote, you're out. So the judges the panel of judges each judge has a separate criteria for how they judge the debate, and it includes chat engagement. So it's always awesome. It's a great time, and we're gonna have a lot of fun with this. In the meantime, between now and Friday, I suggest getting your topics together. By the way, if anyone has topics that they would like to debate, you're welcome to drop them in the debate sphere tab on the Discord. And that's all you gotta do. Just run over there, drop off those, and I'll check them out. And I'll vet them and make sure that there's something that we can talk about. And there is now, I was trying to get to this on when Sarah was here. I forgot. I mean, I kind of got distracted, but there is now not a fatality, but a kick feature. That feature is $275 American, $275 American. And it's a good time. So to kick someone off, you have to really dislike that person. Like, you have to really not want them to be on the panel for the rest of the night. So that is absolutely awesome. So we're going to have a great time. We're going to have a great time. I don't know where Kel is. I was hoping that she would magically appear. It's getting late. I'm already turned into a pumpkin. You guys just haven't realized it yet. But it is you hate the pay to kick. I do too. That's why I had to be so high. I was advised by someone who has a much larger channel than me. I'm actually much larger than anybody I know. As a matter of fact, massive is the only word I can use to describe it, is that when they looked over my channel, they said, you got a great thing going on, but you need to put in a kick feature, and it needs to be something that nobody's just going to do just randomly, and whoever gets kicked is going to be okay with it, because it's a very large amount of money. That means that somebody thought them important enough to kick. So yeah, it's been I just don't know what Kel's doing. Kel's not. Poor Kel. So Wally, the saga continues over in other places. We will we'll talk about that at some point. But yeah. What's 5% of a business? I don't follow Duck's logic very often, so you guys have to help me out. 200,000 Stripe payment, and I'll take down my channel. That's interesting. And there is the Kel. Finally. What in the world, Kel? You're muted.
How strange.
That is strange. You are going to Dusty's, actually. I'm going to do that really quick.
Sorry, dude, I was at work earlier, and then I fucking was updating and yada yada. Women can't live
Had a
with
hot
them.
date. She had a hot date, everyone. She had
You
a
know.
hot date.
Grid, we're supposed to keep that offline. What if your wife's watching?
I've been here the whole time.
All right, have a good night. I hope you had a great stream. I was listening in. Past
What,
good conversation, and there is no
what-
work balance. Quit.
What was you guys got like that debate the other night was pretty terrible. Yes, you're a public menace. That
So
debate
bad.
was absolutely terrible. What in the world happened?
Well, if I had to guess, it got a little too like meta. When we realized that they're not going to make like a productive conversation, I feel like we just started harping on like we just started fighting dirty too. You know what I mean? Because it was like Gibbs didn't like believe in the point fundamentally, so he went the route of like arguing the well, you don't even know what masculinity is. So I mean, we went the route of that. So we kind of pivoted, and everyone lost, but we kind of won because successful derail. I can't believe
I honestly,
like I made me cry.
I don't think so. The problem is that Tweaker pulled a coder. True, I agree with that.
He blocked me.
Who, Tweaker?
Yeah, tell Tweaker to unblock me. I was like, I thought it was a spirited, friendly debate. He's like, Duck would have been a better partner. I'm like, maybe for you.
You know, I mean, I don't think he's an out of work musician, but other than that, you know, he's.
Oh yeah, got my same ideals for sure.
Yes, this is the infamous clip, BSR. Hang on, hang on, stand by. I got it right now.
I'll give you.
Bro, I'm obviously not. I told you like multiple.
It's so good. That is so good.
I think I'm gonna. You have to make like or you should make like a channel trailer for your Twitch. I think I'm gonna use that in my channel for some good debates, and then
that was great. That was really awesome. And the funny thing is that the chat recognized the BSR recognized. Oh shit, that's a girl.
That's a girl from the clip. It's like when you recognize a kid from like a meme. You're like, dude.
Yeah, dude.
I forget. Someone in your chat the other night was like, "These are the bangs of like a mentally ill woman," and that shit. I think about.
Oh, Andrew. Oh my God, he ripped you today.
Andrew,
he
who?
ripped you hard.
Andrew who?
Andrew Wilson.
Earlier?
Yeah, he was on his show. He's doing like a chill stream. It's supposed to be like debate prep, but the debate prep was like garbage. And so he was like, I'm just going to chill. And so somebody had him do a review of the debate that you guys had, mainly because of Tweaker, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Andrew was like, what is up with your hair? Because he had it all pulled off to one side. It looked like you had just been butchered or something.
Yeah.
And you were.
I was sweating. I was sweating so bad at the beginning of the debate. I looked like a drowned rat. I was like, dude.
And so Andrew made a lot of fun of you. And then I sent him the Crash Out Kel clip, and he played that.
Okay, wow. I can't believe I can't go back on whatever now. I'm like, I don't want to face that guy. I was the sweet relief, and I was like, I asked Grid on the way up. I was like, is he going to be there? He's like, he's on a lot of them. I'm like,
Mr. Bill says you were on the Crucible today. You should clip it.
yeah, show all my friends. I'm sure they'll all be very proud. You know how many people I've ostracized in my time on Twitch and like just my new little debate arc? They're like, you don't stand on business. They say I'm like a yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's cool. I don't think. Look, Kel has some self-respect. BSR says you smell like OnlyFans.
Aw, that's sweet. I'm like, wishful thinking. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. We don't need to. So long as like the economy doesn't freaking have like the kind of downturn that was like, in like the 40s, not the 08, but I'm talking like the 40s, we should be fine.
Hey, what's up, Kieran? How the hell are you, man? It's been a while since I've seen you in the chat. Good to see you.
Oh my God, I forgot to start my stream. I'm an idiot.
You forgot to start your stream?
Yeah. Can't believe I'm here for free. What the? No, I'm just
Of course
kidding.
you are.
I'm kidding.
Of course you are.
Of course, dude. Yeah. I thought Sarah was gonna hate me after. Like, I know she's annoyed, but
No, she thinks you're okay.
knock on wood. Knock on wood. It's still early. But yeah, she's like, yeah. People that keep talking over, they don't get to come back. I'm like, oh, Kel.
Yeah,
Walk in.
you broke some rules there, Kel. You're gonna have to you're gonna have to learn some manners.
Oh God, I know. Sorry, I didn't have a strong father figure, and I'm in California. What do you expect from me? Of course, I have no manners.
I expect you to flee California. Actually, you almost have enough money.
Oh yeah, yeah. We'll lock him. We're this close. Where am I gonna go? Imagine me living in like Montana or something. You think the people?
No, don't go to Montana. You need to be in like Alabama, Georgia, somewhere like that.
Dude, can you
The
imagine?
humidity will make your skin amazing. You'll be so happy.
Dude, Can you imagine me living in like Georgia or something?
Yeah, why wouldn't you? I know a lot of weird chicks that live in Georgia.
Dude,
They crazy too. You'll fit right in.
what the hell is there to do out there? What the hell?
What do you like to do, Kel?
I like to party with the hedonists and.
We have rednecks. Nobody parties better than rednecks.
Oh, see, like cow tip and like off road, and then like once a year, like 3 kids die in an off roading incident because no one's wearing their seatbelt. Welcome to Middle America.
We're not in Middle America.
Whatever.
Nate wants you to swing. Fine. Nate wants you to sing "Sweet Home Alabama."
Did he pay?
No.
Tough shit, Nate.
That's cold-blooded.
What do I look like? Dance Monkey Dance. Not for free. Come on, you can at least donate. Grid out here bringing you the good content. 8 nights a week.
True.
It's true. He's gonna
Smoking
be like,
Spaceman says, if we all flee, it will only get worse. That's true. The problem with you fleeing, Kel, is you might bring that California stench along with you.
yeah, that's right. Oh, you think I can indoctrinate your people over there?
You literally, you'd be here like 3 weeks and you'd be eating barbecue and wearing short shorts and noodling catfish.
Dude, absolutely not. I don't eat meat.
$4.99 from Nate says, "Song, woman."
I need to grab my guitar. Sweet. How does that even go? Sweet Home Alabama. I don't know anything else other than that part. Like, I literally don't know how that goes. Just tell me how it goes.
Spotify.
Okay. All right.
Oh my God. Nate, thank you so much for the dono. Hopefully she quits hitting her mic so that nobody's speakers blow. AB check. My man, AB, what is up? He says, oof.
Okay. There you go.
I request a cola.
Why are you hitting your microphone?
I'm not.
Well, something's hitting it. Because it's like thump, thump, thump.
Is it better now?
Yeah, because you're not touching anything.
I just isolated it. I spent like all day today doing this.
Doing what?
Wrapping my cord around my desk.
What?
Like, I wrapped my cord around my desk so it wouldn't like dangle.
Yeah, we're afraid we're going to need that song, Kel. He paid $5 American. And she didn't deliver.
Okay, hold on.
She'll get there. Just give her a minute.
Okay. All right, let me listen to
Gotta
it.
be
You got my
quick.
guitar.
I got to
Hold
go
on.
to bed, you know. I'm an old man. Oh, guys. This will be good. This will be good. Yep. Warpig Gaming, what's up, man? I see you're still here. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. It's been a great night, guys. I can be honest with you. It's been really good. Don't forget tomorrow at noon CST. You have a guitar? You seriously do have a guitar. I actually thought you were making that shit up. She can't hear me. It's for the best.
Hold on, I'm just fucking around with it so I don't have to play it. Like,
You should be so glad you couldn't hear me.
Probably something sex taste.
Yes, but also yes.
Okay, I stopped paying for Ultimate Guitar Tabs Premium, so I'm gonna have to scroll. Okay, listen. This is so embarrassing. Then we'll keep on turning.
You can just do the Sweet Home Alabama part, really. That'd be fun.
Great. Sweet home Alabama. The skies are so blue. I don't know how it goes.
It is where the skies are so blue.
Oh, wait, the sky. Okay, that makes sense. Sweet home Alabama.
That's a win. I'm going to give you a win on that one. Guys, W's in the chat for Kel, who even to try. That was, and Nate says that was way better than he expected. W's in the chat for Kel.
Oh, you. GG, don't forget to donate to your boy right here at Grid One Motorsports. An unreasonable man. The most unreasonable man, some would say. A lot would say.
Big Street Racer still giving you an L. He must, yeah.
It's fair. It's fair.
L means love.
It's because he's trying to keep a journalist down, bro.
Yeah.
Commie. He's acting like a commie.
All right, guys, it's midnight. I got to go to bed. Stephen Akari says, keep your day job at Taco Bell. She works it's worse. Way worse. She's a car sales girl.
What do you say?
Did you sell any cars this week?
I actually did. I actually had a really good month. I was like, yeah, I'm off tomorrow. Normally I wouldn't actually take my last day off, but I'm like, I actually had a good month. I fucking turned in my voucher. It's been a good month, and it's only on the up and up from here. If you guys need a car, no, I'm just kidding. It's the worst idea to plug your stuff.
It is actually the worst idea. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to get the fuck out of here. Thank you for stopping by, Kel. I'm going to be sending everyone over to Flow State to do whatever weird shit he's doing. Kel,
thanks for having me.
It's a pleasure, really. I will be on tomorrow at noon my time, which is like, what the fuck is that? That's like 10 o'clock your time. So get up early and jump on the stream. You can talk.
Yes, sir. You can talk. Yes, you're giving women voices. So progressive of you.
No, the problem was not giving women their voice. It was teaching them to keep their damn mouth shut when they don't have anything actually productive to say.
Retweet. Based one? Dad one?
We always knew you had a voice. We just got tired of listening to it.
Yeah.
Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, go hang out with Flow State. Be here tomorrow at 12 noon Central Standard Time.
Flow State means period. It means period. Menstrual cycle. Flow state.
Do not do that. It's kind of true, though. As always, guys, be cool. Wear glasses if you need them, and go stand on Flow's